way we try to make sure people are aware of these things, but probably not 100% on there, and they might do internal sort of things that they don't necessarily feel that it's new news, but it's a good.
I don't wanna make a whole lot of work out of this.
Yeah, I think that's the general.
When something new and significant gets posted.
Yeah.
I'm following everything I can, but I'm obviously missing some stuff, so.
Oh, and just to add one more thing too, we made a little change on the website. So when you're on the homepage now and you scroll down below the picture, it used to be that you'd have media releases and project updates separate. We combined those. So whenever there's a media release now or anything that is of like particular importance to get out, it's all coming through that. And there is an alert subscription to that. So anything that's bigger news that we want people to know about will be there.
I'm getting media releases too. Okay.
Okay, so we also want to implement a leases and agreements database. So we kind of have one right now. That's where the legislative assistant comes in. Sophia's been working really hard to make everything current, to bring up our leases and agreements so that they are timely and current. But as well as that, she's keeping track and creating a database for us. So that will be really helpful. Training of employees to
Sarah,
implement.
just in terms of the amount of agreements and the dollar amount that we have in agreements.
So our agreements and licenses bring in a total of about $150,000 when we're on top of them, so annually. We have, I'm not sure if we know the exact number. We have 58 leases. That includes 20 airport hangar licenses, and those brought in $86,000 or $87,000. Our licenses to occupy for parking, we have 15 of those licenses, and they generate about $50,000. They did in 2024. Permanent patio agreements, so like the Hume, John Ward, Pitchfork, there's two more. Don't know what I can't remember off the top of my head, but that's about $14,000. And then there's a whole bunch more agreements. So that's a significant amount, and it also, so right now we're proposing that we keep a position, the legislative assistant position becomes a permanent position rather than a temporary position, and only part-time. We will be training employees around the implementation of records management. So part of that is Lisa will be spearheading that. She has been working a little bit on that with each department, and that's just once she's cleaned up a way that we store our records in a department, she will go back and she will train the department in how to file things. It's like, Kevin, you use a really good example. Like previously we had somebody who did all the filing, and now we're expected to do all of the filing electronically or on our computers or even in hard copy, but we all think differently. So it all means it looks different for everybody. So she's trying to make it more consistent for each department. She's focused on development services first, and taken on some training with them, which has been really great. And so there's corporate services and admin, there's finance, IT and HR that will probably happen in 2025. That's the goal. Special events process and fees and charges. We really want to get that revamped. You, council, will be having a workshop on that in the near future. It's a lot of work. It's proving to be a lot more work than we thought. So it's taking some time before we're prepared to bring it to council for a workshop. But that will happen in 2025. And then also just training employees about PIAs and privacy impact assessments. So just bringing everyone up to speed and making sure that we're all on the same page.
Thank you. So special events, you know, it's with my background, I really recognize the kind of magic of special events and how they They are a wonderful way to glue community together. And I know we've been reliant as a town on a lot of like nonprofits and groups putting on special events. Just wanted to talk about that relationship between like, obviously it's about a lot of work because you have to do these agreements and then there's like liability and all those kind of issues. Can you just talk a little bit about the relationship between the city and user groups and special events? Like, it definitely feels like something we want to promote because it does add this magic to our town throughout the seasons. But it is complicated because there is a lot of liability. Is it because there's a lot of liability that makes it really challenging?
No, because every group has to have a certificate of insurance with the city named as an additional insured. That's not the challenge at all. Most every community group or group that we deal with, they have no problem getting that for us. It's the process, it's the fees associated with, and how do you charge one group when, you know, another group that's very similar but not quite, might be doing a very similar but not quite the same kind of event, and it's more money for them. Like, are we charging enough for some of our facilities, or mostly it's outside?
I guess I'm just thinking of like incentivization of events to make it so that groups feel like it's doable, like they could have.
Right, and that's what we wanna do. When we're doing all this research, we're not only identifying what we do have, so places that we can have a special event, or whether it's a parade around town, we wanna make it accessible and for everybody, so that if it's $100 or whatever it might be, it's not a deal breaker. That's just too much, we can't do it. Like, we want everybody to be able to feel like in some way they can have an event. Yeah, I mean, the pier is a great example, right? We have you just passed a fees and charges bylaw so that we could hold weddings down there. Well, but what about, we haven't looked at it yet, we're still in that process, but like, what about the small user group? Do they have to get a special event permit, like for dancing down there? Like, there's a whole bunch of things that we have to consider. It's not easy, actually, and we're just investigating right now.
Yeah, I guess at the end of the day, I feel like from being a person who is really inside of special events and seeing, especially after COVID, because so much was lost during COVID, that we should try, I think, as a city to like say, hey, we want to have these things. Let's make the conduit between user groups and the city like a smooth conduit so that we can foster more community events, and we can maybe bring back some of that maybe was lost during COVID.
I think that staff does a really good job of working with event organizers to figure out how we can make it all work. Like, if you need a fire report, or you need a safety plan, or there needs to be police involvement. Like, we go above and beyond. It's not just like, here, submit your application and we'll send it out to the group, to the departments, and see who says what. It's like, let's work together on this and make sure that we can assist you or guide you in everything that needs to happen. Like, we do that, and recently we've changed a little bit of the process. So it used to be something that happened up in this building in finance and administration. And now it's moved down to public works, because we want to make sure that they are able to get that hands-on support.
And I think, as Sarah spoke to, there's all these different touch points, right? There's different departments that are involved. I think that's the that's the reality of having events. Do you need electrical hookup? Do you need barriers? Do you need cleanup? Do you need garbage? Do you need, does fire have to look at it? Do you have a safety plan? Are you on, can the bus still get through? So all of them, and then they range in scope from something very small with maybe a select sort of audience. Does that, take up public space? Is that okay with, when, or should it be a bigger event? All those things are just factors in the reality of these events. And you're right, we, our community is definitely more vibrant. Our community is always busy. There's very few times you don't see something going on. So and we've created these spaces, whether it's Cottonwood, whether it's the pier, whether it's Lakeside, whether it's Gyro, whether it's all these spaces that we have created, but they all have to be maintained and et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's what Sarah's talking about. They're not, it's not just show up and, oh yeah, great idea, and it's done. It does involve generally a number of people.
For sure. Thank you. It's great.
And I think we'll just touch on the budget. Amy will.
Also, Payne.
I didn't see anything about the accessibility project. Where are we with that?
We have a committee, internal committee, so we've advertised for an external committee. You're not required to have an external committee.
Oh, so we don't have an external committee,
No,
okay.
No,
So do we have people with lived experience then on our internal accessibility committee?
right now, no, we don't. Not that I can,
Okay.
I mean, they would have to disclose that, but I'm assuming, maybe I shouldn't. But no, we don't.
Okay.
And, yeah.
I think it's harder to create a fulsome plan if you're not working with people
Well, I think
experiencing those challenges. Maybe I'm
Yes,
misunderstanding.
that's true, that's a
the-
good point. So our consultant that we did plan the plan with, we've made any information, city information more accessible on the website. That's the other,
So you probably can come to a
Yep.
update to council, kind of where that's at and where you're going. It's probably worthwhile.
Yeah, my understanding of the plan is it's not a plan to make the city accessible from the legislative, like from the act. It was a plan to how do you receive feedback and how do you consult and how do you make a plan to make changes. That's what the plan is. That's how I understand it, unless I misunderstood it.
no,
Yeah, and I think a key part of that is just recognizing what the accessibility challenges are that we are, have and will experience in our community especially in particular with an aging population. So, yeah.
Steep mountainous town.
Steep mountainous town, icy streets. So what is the process? Like, is there it sounds like there was a beginning, we're in the middle, is there an end? What does the end look like?
there's never an end, because you have to keep revisiting the plan every 3 years, I believe.
Okay.
It has to be revisited, so,
So you'll
It's-
always have an internal committee then?
yeah, and it always needs to be, everything that we do, we need this lens. That's what the province is trying to do. They're trying to give us, like, this is something that we need to consider. Accessibility needs to be considered from every aspect for everything that we do, not, right? It's just like you don't just do things and then go back and, oh, right, we forgot about that. We forgot to make sure that it's accessible.
If I'm not mistaken, and God knows I could be, that I do recall that we have addressed accessibility as part of the overarching OCP, so it is mentioned in the that document. So I don't see accessibility going away. I never particularly saw a
just meant
need
this grant
for the
funded
government to, again, heavy-handedly say, you must have this. And I think, what did we have? We had 60 days to get it off the ground when they first made their announcement with, again, no funding to assist with doing it or limited funding through other nonprofits by getting a grant. And so here we are, but I think that, we are a mountainous town, and yes, we have significant challenges, but I would have to say that although we move slowly on them, we have made multiple small improvements over all of the years that I've been here, where you couldn't have gotten off a curb on Baker Street if you'd wanted to.
But there's more to it. Like, I had an experience in work this week where I hosted a Zoom meeting and used one of those online apps, and it wasn't super accessible for
Yeah.
someone with a visual impairment. Like, it was really problematic. In fact, I was kind of embarrassed. I was like, look what I did there. That was medium. But there's like lots of other things that we can do
That's right.
besides just looking at steep mountainous. Obviously, and all those little pieces, closed captioning.
But it is embedded in the
those sorts of
OCP,
things.
so
Yeah.
I don't think
There's lots to
I would
it.
agree that there isn't an end date.
Ongoing.
Alright,
so over to the exciting part, the budget. So in rental revenues, that's what Sarah touched on briefly before, is all of the city-owned properties that the corporate services team manages. The grants that they receive is related to the COVID restart grant that we got a few years back, just related to that digitization piece. So as we use that up, it will get lower and lower. I think we've got, after 2025, we've set aside 50,000 for 2026 as well. In salaries and benefits, that increase there is the standard inflationary increases as well as the request for a legislative assistant to become part-time permanent instead of temporary role. And then the decrease in supplies and services, again, is just in line with the COVID restart grants as well as just some one-time projects that we don't need for 2025.
So there's no increase in this department?
Compared to last year? No, I think, there's, like Amy was saying, there's some sort of shifting as we pull away from the COVID recovery funds and kind of transition out of that, and some one-time projects we had last year that didn't carry forward.
I think this also reflects us taking on KLW, and so more of our staff time has been allocated to KLW, so we're getting revenue in from the province that covers that cost, and we've allocated more of our staff time to KLW. Recognize that basically, we're paying the payroll, we're doing HR, we're doing all those things for another 20 or 30 employees, and managing that. So some of that's I think some of the decrease there as well.
Yeah, I'll talk about that a little bit when we get into the next part.
Thank you.
So yeah, hard to
Councillor Payne has a question?
really identify whether it's a net decrease
Yeah,
because of a
yeah.
bunch of factors, but
Yeah.
it's not. There's a bunch of factors in there.
Councillor Payne?
Yeah, I'm just interested where we are with the service agreements with the Nelson Museum and the Capitol. And I think those are the two. Are there any others?
Nope, those are the two. We're in just at the last stage. Sonia knows more about this than me, but we're just in the last, it's just gone to back to them to take to their boards for their final.
The capital is ready to be signed, and Meg just has some changes that they're suggesting, so yeah, we're almost there.
I know, which is great.
Because we didn't see anything in the budget about.
That will be coming later.
Oh, okay. Yeah, didn't know that was coming. Thank you. But that is managed under corporate services, the service agreements. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors?
Just say it again, so less money for the same service? Is that right?
Not really.
That's what I was going for, and actually I wanted to know whether or not the savings here was, like, if maybe we had given finance the prize for being the most efficient, maybe it's actually corporate services that wins the budgetary prize for.
Or the climate team that's like almost exclusively grant funded, right?
Yeah.
The same, finance helps all of them, so.
That's where the money.
Don is like,
comes.
win, good job.
Okay,
Okay,
who's next?
Oh, you're going to the hot seat.
Everybody's good to keep going, or do you want?
Well, you know what,
take a-
the people need to stand up and shake for a minute,
I gotta-
refresh a coffee.
I gotta shift over there anyway, it's
Yeah.
probably a good time.
And so we have this document now, Chris, or is this going back to something?
I don't know if we fired it off already, but we definitely.
I want a printed copy. I have a hard time. Thanks.
Has that been sent out, Amy? Or is it?
Yep, it was in the email this morning.
Okay, perfect. I'll just print it right now. And do you want out the one that we just went through too, Jess?
No, I'm good. That one was.
Does this print out best on 8.5 by 14 or 11 by 17? You know, I guess it's just a PowerPoint, isn't it?
PowerPoint?
You talking about the spreadsheet?
Yeah.
So, the presentation or the?
I'm talking, you want the presentation,
Yeah, but I want, it's,
yeah, big, I'll do.
We have copies of the spreadsheet.
yeah, it's the spreadsheet that I want.
Yeah, we'll hand that out later. What I wanted to do, if it's, I don't know why I'm yelling here.
Yeah, you don't have to do that,
Yeah,
cause
there's
you,
no mic, so I figured I had to.
I didn't send out the big stuff, right? No.
No, it's just, so,
Yeah, I'll hand it over.
just to confirm, Mayor, you do not need the
Okay.
PowerPoint printed?
okay, no, I'll be fine, so I want the spreadsheet.
So my thought was,
Sorry, it is coming, I'm having a hard time keeping up. Are we gonna have these numbers to make notes on, or I'm gonna make notes on?
so I think we emailed this presentation out.
Sent out this morning.
This morning, okay, so it was with the,
Corporate services.
gotcha, there it is there, thank you.
I left it up there. Everybody kind of set up, do you need to stretch or?
Oh, no, I'm giving everybody 10 minutes, so.
Are you?
We are,
Awesome.
Just so you know, we're live.
Okay.
I mean, I don't care that anybody's sitting down, but I'm just so you know we're live, so
Yes.
don't, start singing dirty ditties or.
They're coming in, lots of times. Yeah. So I'm gonna get out here. Yeah, they did. It's the first table that was empty. That's great.
Right.
Yeah.
Allocating out that waste.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of it they did base on users, like the overhead parts was definitely on weight. While he was talking, I was looking through it and going like, he might be right. I think they might use users for a lot of these other But I don't think that's.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Do it. Do it. Let's hear it. Let's have it.
James Bond. Yes. Yeah. I still don't think users.
Wow. Yeah, I'm having the same problem on the rec commission of people that, if you wanna debate me, I feel like it's similar to that, because I'm not allowed to debate the public.
So when they're doing urban and rural.
Wait, so-
They're saying like, debate at you. 4 times, 'cause it's
two very important people in what we refer to as the hot seats.
Let's see your guys'
We
papers
have
there.
the Chief Financial Officer and the Deputy Financial Officer, both here to, because we've now had our last department overview of systems within the city, and Councillor Payne has a question.
So we're not doing anything from HR then?
We can bring up there's, they don't have a huge, their budgetary ask is, they don't have anything new that they're looking for, it's just that
Did they do the little presentation like every other department that you can maybe just send us, or no?
Their presentation was something that I think they would still want to come and do, but it was more on, here's some of the things that HR has been doing to improve, retention and recruitment and.
We did have them scheduled, but we
Yeah.
Yeah, I
kept
know.
getting them pushed
That was the
off.
first meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, we sort of felt that if there's something that could be, taken outside of the budget calendar, just to make things a little bit easier for you folks.
So, yeah,
that would be-
And was HR part of the last budget?
Yeah, we could show you a slide for HR.
so and just to answer Councillor Payne and to maybe inform the rest of council, I think that we're looking at an opportunity where Sarah mentioned it there about just going over the code of conduct now that it's adopted, and also looking at some governance things. And one of the sort of requests that came due to some other work that council has done was to look at considerations of how management and supervision occur within the organization. And so I think that at that time we'll have Gabe come, because that will be a little workshop that we'll be doing on another day. We probably won't build that into a council meeting unless we run out of things to bring forward in a regular meeting. And so we'll have a little workshop on that. So we'll hear some more details about how we hire, how we review people, and on a go forward. And we'll probably do that the same day that we do a little bit of a governance review, because that's also come up about roles and responsibilities. So that will be coming to an email and date near you in sometime before summer.
Okay.
Mr. Jury.
So I fast forwarded through Gabe's presentation and just sort of went to the last slide that he had on there. The salaries and benefits piece, we don't have any new staff, but what has happened is Gabe is our manager of HR and regulatory services, is focusing more of his time on that HR and regulatory services and less on the administrative side. So that's just sort of a shifting of his costs over to that department. And I do have some conversation on that later when we get into my presentation.
It also includes the health and safety officer.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah. So that'll come up later.
The health and safety.
Oh, okay, got it. Yes, yeah. 24.
And then the supplies and services is just down slightly due to one time. So we won't have to incur next year.
Any other Gabe slides or?
Spoiler.
Oh, good.
We just could leave up that nice slide of the
Yeah.
walk through the forest.
Which one's better?
Whenever people are feeling stressed, we'll just bring that back
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, can
Show
we maybe
this
have some calming music
Yeah.
playing in the background this
Oh.
week?
Okay, so to sort of, what I thought we'd do a bit of a recap, and we've had 3 days of budget presentations. So we'll do a bit of a recap on some of those kind of significant areas. We do have a recommended approach for the 2025 budget that we'll share with you. I didn't want to pass out the spreadsheets now because I think once we start to get into spreadsheets, I can feel that we won't actually get back to here again. So I just want to have a bit of time to sort of go through this, set the stage. We'll then kind of look at some spreadsheets. And we do have the ability with technology and with our deputy CFO here to sort of do things in real time as well. So if there's questions about, what would happen if we did this or what would happen if we did that, we can make those adjustments and communicate back that to you, what that would be as an impact on, your single family dwelling or business or that type of thing, so. So I tried to, when in looking at this, pull out some central themes that I was seeing in this 2025 budget. So I think these core themes of inflation, public safety, and infrastructure are sort of key drivers of the 2025 budget. For the inflation piece, we went through that post-COVID period where we saw some prolonged, sort of higher than historical inflationary rates. We had supply chain issues, we had those kinds of cost pressures. We're still feeling the repercussions of that, even though the rate of escalation on inflation has subsided, we're still, sort of feeling the holdover of that environment that we went through. The public safety, police and fire, we've had presentations from both of those. Back in October, we had the Nelson Police Department come. Their, the issues that they face with, being first responders and the difficulties they have in dealing with the number of calls that they receive. There's the overtime, there's the challenges with recruitment and retention. There's challenges of, competing with other departments, with the RCMP or with other departments as far as, wages, benefits, and those types of things. So, that's a significant factor sort of in this part of the budget. And of course, infrastructure and planning. We have a number of capital projects coming down the pipeline, not just in our general operating budget, but in water and wastewater, resource recovery. We want to make sure we deliver these projects at the best value that we can. So having the staff in place to do that long-term planning, to watch and monitor our budgets, to look for grant opportunities, to make sure we have healthy reserves so we're able to fund these projects. That's a key piece of 2025's budget. So I kind of went back and looked since 2018, what has happened with what we refer to as inflation, that consumer price index, property taxes, and another metric which is we often talk about is that construction price index. And I just wanted to speak a minute on this idea that people use of what is inflation, and we use that basket of goods, which is the consumer price index. Those elements in that basket of goods may not reflect accurately what a municipality's basket of goods is. If you break out the CPI, over 50% of that is shelter, transportation, and food. Those are not, the city doesn't buy a lot of food. We do spend some on fuel for our vehicles, but shelter is not something that is a driving force. We do have a large component which is wages, and wages typically would follow a CPI type increase, but we also pave roads, we buy water and sewer pipe, we buy computer infrastructure, hardware, things of that nature. Energy. We replace vehicles and equipment. So somewhere in the middle there is probably a municipal price index that is at a higher increasing rate than inflation, and maybe not quite at what a consumer or a construction price index is. But you can see over time, I pegged all of these at a 100% in 2018. Our municipal property tax has, for the most part, up to 2024, mirrored that CPI. In some years, it's been a little bit lower, and it's caught up in 2024. But what has really lagged behind is that construction price index, as far as those other elements that really drive the costs for the city that I spoke to, of your paving and water replacement and those types of things, wood, metal, cement.
There?
Yes.
Thank you. So obviously COVID you can see the sharp marker there with COVID. I'm wondering, even if COVID didn't happen, would we see this price escalation? Or do you think we would have seen price escalation in construction? just because of other pressures?
Yeah, I think if you went back and looked even pre-2019, you would see that rate in, construction costs was higher than regular inflation, but not to the same degree. I think that really created a sharp uptick in that annual price escalation.
And would you say that's because of the shock to the system because of COVID? We never were able to bring that back to more of a level.
Yeah, well, it kind of has leveled off, but
Right.
you won't see it come back
Yeah,
down.
right.
Inflation never does that. If anything, it just reverts back to, say, between that 2 and 3% kind of target rate that the Bank of Canada has, but it rarely declines.
Thank you.
And so those dotted lines that I put in there are projections for 2025. The dotted line for the property tax was that initial 16% that we put out there in the starting point document. So that just shows you if we were to land on that 16%, we'd be seeing quite an increase over, inflation, but sort of bridging that gap a little bit to the construction index. So, internally, we went through a lot of work to try and do what we could to bring costs and the budget down to some as reasonable numbers as we could. So we took a real bottom-up approach to this, meeting with every department on multiple occasions to go through their budget line by line and identify, what is your work plan for 2025? What resources do you need? Where are some areas where you've typically been spending under budget that we can reallocate that to other areas where you're looking for more resources? Are there some areas where for 2025, considering it's a challenging year, you can keep things flat? Professional development, can you do more courses online versus traveling and spending money on hotels? So we really worked hard to try and do that. We've also tried to leverage those new revenue sources. So, the city manager was talking about Kootenay Lake West for a while. We brought on 21 new drivers, I think. Yeah, 21 new drivers into that system. And we did that with a very minimal increase to our administrative overhead. We didn't bring in any new administrative personnel. We have the same payroll, same finance, same admin, same HR. We brought in a couple lead hands to help with those 21 drivers, but outside of that, we really tried to keep things consistent and flat. But we do have now that additional funding source because there's an opportunity cost that now, less of our time could be spent on non-transit operations, so the funding comes in from BC Transit to cover that difference. So that's helped to sort of absorb a lot of the cost increase for 2025. We're looking at additional rental income on the 5th floor. In 2024, we went out and brought in an increase to the parking fees so that we could deal with some of those paving costs and infrastructure costs that we have. So we've done in a lot of areas, when you see folks come and they open up that fees and charges bylaw and they're asking for a few dollars here or a few dollars more there, those are those types of pieces that we've worked to try and do a better job of recovering our costs on some of those departments.
Chris, in light of that, what is our other revenues versus taxation ratio?
It usually is around that 50%, where half of our revenue comes from taxation and the other half comes from other sources, just for the general operating budget. So yes, like parking, from rental income, from, other associated fees that, that we bring in.
Yeah, and I think there's, our challenge is that some of those aren't increasing with inflation or actually decreasing, things like the small community grant, where as we grow, we get less small community grant. And that's been happening for a number of years. So now that has to shift on to taxation, or we have to find those revenues elsewhere. So that's one of we're dealing with 50-cent taxes for expenditures. So every dollar that goes up, and on the expenditure side, when we don't get those other revenues funding half of it, now we have to shift that to taxation, so they start to see some of that impact in these budgets now.
The small communities grant is an interesting calculation. A part of it is based on population, but another portion of it is based on your assessed values, average assessed values in comparison to the provincial average. So as you get closer to that provincial average, you actually lose funding. So it's meant to compensate municipalities, I guess, that have a bigger disparity between what's average and their property values. So as housing prices go up here, yes, and population goes up, we do lose or at least stay flat on that grant.
Fair, thank you so much. In terms of the environment, because grants are such a big part of what Nelson runs on, other than property taxes, I'm wondering, what do you feel like the environment is of the grant cycle stream out there? I guess with each change, like let's say federally, there's gonna be looks like there's gonna be a change in government so then we can't really say we can rely on grants, right? We have to, grants are like, it almost seems like we have our property taxes, which we rely on, but that grants kind of come and go and we have to work with what we can get. But in some way, we have to actually budget for grant streams because it's such a major part of our income.
Less so in the operating side. We don't have too many grants that are conditional on the operating side for some special project type things we do, and those are for 2025 normally secured already. But on the capital side, I would agree there's some where, for fire hall, for example, we're gonna need to go out and try and secure some grants. That's in the capital plan, is that assumption that we can try and get some grants for that. If, like you say, and from the conversations I've heard around the table, I think you folks are way more in tune with that political side of things and what that can mean. But if those don't materialize, those grants don't materialize, then it puts the reliance on the other two funding sources, which are reserves and borrowing.
I think it was Councillor Tate pointed out that our climate team is funded a lot by grants. So that's probably on the operating side, the most risk is the climate team.
And as a principle, when you're going through budgeting and looking at positions, that's the exception, is that climate team. You typically don't wanna tie positions to grants, right? Too many variables, but seems to be a pretty relatively solid commitment with that, and like LG Cap is now a 3-year funding term. And Fortis has shown very long-term commitment to those programs, and in fact that's part of their sort of regulatory approvals that they make certain investments, and not only that, but as well in their actual long-term interest to demand side management. They clearly recognize that capital infrastructure, like building new capital infrastructure, costs way more than getting people to use less energy. So
right.
We feel relatively, despite the risk in the climate team, we feel relatively secure with that. But as a general rule, when you're budgeting in operating, like when it comes to FTEs, you stay away from grants just to remove that variability. And there really is, as CFO mentioned, it's in the capital portfolio. He mentioned the fire hall, there's wastewater treatment plant, fingers crossed, right? And that's where, when you talk about the political regime, like we anticipate, we hope that if there is a federal government change that, they might pull back from a lot of grant funding that the current government is looking into. But, there's ultimately an infrastructure deficit throughout Canada and in fact North America. And that's probably a good place for that government to continue to assign their budget to, right? So that's where our fingers are crossed.
I guess my query is, over the last bunch of years, is it like a friendly, and is the grant stream cycle for municipalities a friendly cycle right now, or is it like is it a struggle to get the grants that we need? Because it seems like municipalities are on the front line for so many things, right? Whether it's affordability, climate change, housing, all these pieces, we're on the front line, and really we need that security around the grant streams. But I know in history of Canada, there have been friendly times and not so friendly
Mhm.
times.
Yeah,
around that.
I mean, you know, I'm open to other thoughts, but you know, generally, I think that we've been in a pretty friendly time. I think that that's a function of a couple of things. The government that's there is looking at certain initiatives and supporting those financially. I've also experienced that a lot of those grants are a function of that downloading process. So they say, we would like you to do more,
Right.
and here's the money to do it. Now, the challenge with that is grant funding is finite, like, you know, it's set for a year or 2 years or something, as opposed to, okay, here's program funding that you get on an ongoing basis to do this, cause we're not gonna do it anymore, right? So that's more that risk that comes with that. So yeah, we see more and more grants, and oftentimes it's to do or look after new responsibilities sort of passed down from senior levels of government. Now, the ongoing challenge with that we know from many trips at UBCM is the overall administrative burden of grants, right? So that's where, you know, when you get into these more like operations based or expectations based, like we expect you as a local government to now do this thing that we senior levels of government used to do. That's where we would like to see those grants come in a more consistent manner that doesn't require all the administrative labor of applying for the grant, competing against everybody else, you know, reporting on the grant and going through that whole process, and you know, which ultimately ends up costing more, because if we have those larger tranches of funding, then we can actually line up our projects appropriately and line up our work appropriately, such that, you know, with the multi-use pathway, you know, we had to pay more for that. Thankfully, it was grant funded, but because we got the grant so late, they announced it so late that we were well into the construction season when we got word that we had received the grant, and the timing of the grant did not allow for us to bump it to the following construction season. We had to be done by then, right? So then you go to market and, you know, all of those contractors have their seasons built, and they're saying, yeah, sure, we can do that for you, but it'll cost you.
Right.
So then, you know, the grantors in this case ultimately end up spending that, or, you know, costing more there, where if we were able to stretch it for another year, then we're better off. So it's all of that. Yes, we're in a favorable grant environment. Is that a good thing? Remains to be seen. A lot of work goes into getting the grants. It's also a result of the more responsibilities being put on local government from senior levels of government. So
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Just one more note on KLW, because I'm sort of curious. I reached out to Jody this morning to sort of hear how we're doing for transit. So we have a target for that on-time percentage, which is 73%. Which, you know, doesn't seem super high, but you know, that's kind of the provincial average. In the past, percentage has kind of been around there in that 70 to 80% range, and currently, since we've taken it over, we're at 99%. So I thought that was pretty fantastic.
Great.
trains.
Is it?
They're like trains out there, always on
I
time.
think we're better than
Trains
trains.
depending where you are.
I was gonna
Or
say,
don't derail.
you haven't ever tried to go across Canada, have you?
Oh, sorry, I had a question.
Yeah.
So the point that you made about going out to the departments early, that's the participatory budgeting?
Yes.
Okay, cause
It's not
my
just-
understanding is participatory budgeting generally known as going out to the community, so we're not there yet.
No, this
Like
is.
if you Google that, that's what you'll get, but this is a step in that
Yeah.
direction.
Well, it's participatory in that, you know, we don't just look at it and say, hey, inflation is 2%, everybody gets a 2% increase.
No,
Yeah,
Love it,
there's-
love it, just
yeah,
wanted to make sure.
participating
I was
internally.
important.
But we do participate externally as well, because, you know, when we get through today, we'll put something out to the public for them to be able to participate. And of course, all these meetings are open and available and advertised and.
Yeah, just as a
Yeah.
term though,
Mhm.
it's generally a part of the budget set aside for the community to determine in the major centers.
Yeah.
Zero-based budgeting for this stage might have been the, because
Yeah.
like you said,
No,
we went out
I
kind
love
of.
the way that all the departments were
Yeah.
more, grassroots up, and I think that, I don't wanna call it hive mind, but you know, that idea of everyone
Yes.
having the opportunity to contribute to the efficiencies and effectiveness of the work they do, because that's like your lived experience component, right?
Yeah. We're really a bit of a hybrid, because we don't start everybody from zero. We know that they have staff and, you know, but we also don't give blanket increases to any line item. So it's kind of a bit of a hybrid approach.
Okay, got it.
So here's sort of a snapshot of the capital plan, and you can see that, you know, facilities is a pretty significant portion of that. If you recall, I think it was in 2023, we had that facility condition index report come out to folks from Gordian. They were recommending, or you know, they gave kind of 3 scenarios there. And the middle scenario was, you know, what sort of annual investment would you need to keep your facility condition index flat at what it is now, which is a 0.40. So that was a $4 to $5 million annual investment in your facilities. Right now, we contribute $1 million a year into our facility reserve, so that's $3 million a year difference that either has to be made up from grants or other funding sources, you know, maybe from Community Works Fund, or we need to look at, and I think this has been brought up before, sort of paring down the number of facilities that we have. But this year, we're, you know, budgeted to put $7 million into our facilities. Some of that's coming from reserves. We're still finishing up the civic project. We have some grants there. You know, we're doing about $1 million worth of work here in this building with the elevator revitalization, which has been on the books for a couple of years, but hoping to get that one started. Yeah, again, the civic center down in Public Works, expanding that. Now that we've taken on Kootenai Lake West, the plan is to move that operation down to the Public Works yard so they can start contributing to the operating costs of that building rather than paying an external lease fee. So that'll help as well. Transportation, you know, is our regular road replacement program. We've got $1.5 million slated for street replacement, active transportation, bridges, sidewalks, all of that sort of thing. And of course, $2.4 million in the grant-funded transit exchange program that'll start in 2025. IT is, you know, our regular hardware replacement pieces, but you know, the bulk of that is our NG911, which is 100% grant funded. And that's ongoing now. I think at the end of February, we have the consultants, the contractors come and get that all hooked up for us. Still haven't heard anything if there's an extension on this, but my understanding is the discussion now is whether it's a 12, 18, or 24-month extension. That's kind of the discussion, but no official word on that piece yet. Vehicles and equipment, I think I talked a little bit about that at the council meeting on Tuesday. Primarily hydro vehicles. One of those is set to arrive, you know, very shortly here. There's another couple that will be secured in the month of February. Our goal is to get those out and the quotes back in and lock in a price prior to, you know, our 1-month moratorium on potential tariffs. So that's we should be able to get the bulk of the vehicle acquisitions done for 2025, kind of locked in at least by February. And then some other general capital and parks makes up the difference there. Looking ahead though to future years, and if we include, you know, our water and wastewater capital as well, we have some very significant projects. You know, we're working up at Mountain Station doing the finished water storage in 2025. But you know, we also have you know, the 5-mile pipeline, this water treatment plant outside of the general capital. And on the general side, you know, we're looking at a fire hall replacement. We're looking at potentially you know, using 2025 to give us some better information to be able to come back and say, this is what a civic arena project would cost. So there's a lot kind of in the pipeline for the coming 5 years in this financial plan.
Would it be possible to review this graph with different gradients of color?
Sure.
Just for more clarity when we
Yep.
share this information?
Yeah, so I tried to sort of keep the green as being your taxation funded piece.
Okay.
And then you've got water, hydro, and wastewater, which are funded by, other fees and charges. So we did the water and wastewater budgets, and hydro has come already. So that green piece is sort of what we fund from general taxation.
Okay.
It's still
I
very
love that idea,
busy,
it's
but
just, there's there's a lot of different green colors.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, there's
Try to be a
5
little
different
more
green colors. I
Yeah.
mean, cross hatching, dots, whatever, but I think it would be helpful when,
that's good. Good suggestion. I think the information I was trying to convey is, we have our general capital piece that we just talked about. And I think, maybe if I layered this with then adding, the water, wastewater and hydro, you can see, outside of taxation, we still have quite a bit that we've already gone through budget discussions to kind of narrow down, but there's quite a large portion here that's outside of taxation funded. So, as far as funding our capital program, this was just a sort of a kind of an example of the benefits of investing in your capital reserves and funding capital, the way we try to do for a large portion of our capital program. Again, some of these larger generational type asset replacements do require borrowing and they do require grant funding. But as a general mechanism for funding capital, the reserve method or the sinking fund method works quite well. It does a couple of different things.
What was
Yep.
your initial annual contribution, like what is that amount on the drawing?
Yeah, so this is, so as an example, and this is just a
Just an
theoretical example.
yeah.
If you had $1 million replacement, inflation adjusted that you knew you were gonna do in 2034, over 10 years, so you're contributing that 87.2
87,000.
thousand over 10 years, so your contributions over that 10 years were 872,000. Then interest paid the other 128,000 to get to that million. So that $1 million capital replacement cost 872,000.
And about what did you use for the interest amount?
I think I used 3%. Yep. Now the reverse of that would be if you were to borrow for a capital replacement, then that $1 million project would cost you 1.2 million with interest. The other advantage of doing this is it takes out those peaks and valleys so that you're not you don't have periods where you're contributing very little to your capital and then other years where you need to contribute a lot. It sort of smooths things out for folks because this can absorb some of those higher and lower periods, which I'll kind of show you on the next slide. Yeah.
Councilor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you just talk a little bit about how, because it seems like, gaining interest is obviously important for the city as it is important for anybody. But then you have these inflationary pressures. So it seems to me like, does, interest and inflation, do they track closely together? Because it feels like if inflation happens, if inflation is growing and your interest is not matching that, then you're kind of ending up with not a lot at the end of 10 years.
True, yes.
So.
Yeah, and this is in a very theoretical example, just for simplicity's sake, but you'd be inflation adjusting every year what that capital replacement projection is. Your
So your
annual
contribution has to go-
contribution
okay.
would be increasing each year,
Yep.
but you'd still gain that benefit of interest return on that, right? That you wouldn't get if you funded through a traditional debt type borrowing situation.
So it's just another thing to track, is that you have to track your contributions have to match inflation so that your interest at the end of it all is, you're gaining good
You
interest.
gain, yes.
Yeah, I think we traditionally use that interest to really reflect inflation over time.
Mhm.
At least if we have that in a reserve, it's earning interest, then that reserve's growing, so it matches hopefully better than, but at least what that cost will be in 10 years, so so that's kind of traditionally trying to use that interest to at least match the rising costs of our capital program.
Thank you.
And you can see, you know, in this budget that we presented, we do have a recommendation to add that 1%, infrastructure increase, I guess, annually to help us kind of reach these targets.
Thank you.
And we're really cognizant of, like, if it's in our bank, it's not in our residents' bank account paying their, their mortgage, their whatever. So that's the balance we're trying to find, is we don't wanna have too much in our bank account and not in your bank account earning interest or paying probably higher interest charges than we're paying as a city. So I think, again, traditionally we tried to, as Chris will talk to in the next slide, allow it to absorb those peaks and valleys. So when we have a big purchase year, we can draw down that reserve. If we buy a fire truck or something, we can draw that reserve down and build it back up for the next big purchase, right?
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and on that previous slide where I showed what our capital plan was for facilities, which is far exceeds what we put into it on an annual basis. So that's just drawing on that reserve plus other sources of funding as well. But yeah, here's an example of our capital reserves and capital spending. So the bars, and apologies again, I used a lot of different colors here, but I'll maybe try to explain. The bars here are capital reserve levels. The green portion of that is the capital reserves that we normally fund on an annual basis or receive funding for on an annual basis. So those are things like our capital projects reserve, which funding comes from parking revenue. The community works fund doesn't come from taxation, but it's a stable recurring source of revenue for our reserves. We contribute to the building reserve annually. So those are all those bars in green. In red are those sort of one-time or more sporadic funding sources. For example, land sale reserve. When you sell land, and we're able to contribute to that reserve and then spend that on capital as it relates to land and buildings. We got the Growing Communities Fund in 2023, so that's a reserve funding source, but I put it in red there just because it's not something we're gonna see recurring annually. And then the line there represents what our capital spending is. So you can see in years where the capital spending has increased, then that reserve has drawn down, and the forecast for 2025, 6, 7, 8, 9 is some higher levels of capital spending, and you can see those reserve balances draw down during that period. So that's what the city manager was talking about, is being able to absorb those periods of higher capital spending with reserve balances.
And I think in many of our assets, we have been able to, like your utilities, you can see how we've been able to do that over time. Fortunately, with facilities, especially these rec facilities, et cetera, we have not built up reserves to be able to manage that. And I think that's where the CFO is recommending that we need to contribute more into capital, because our capital program coming up is not in line with what we've been doing in the past.
Right.
And so in combination with the use of capital reserves, looking for grants, sort of that third funding source is borrowing. So we do have a number of projects in the pipeline or in the proposed budget for 2026, 7 onwards that would involve borrowing. We have a civic center project that we'll still be coming back to council with some proposals and costs for that, but for now there's a bit of a placeholder in there to finish that up with some borrowing. We have the fire hall replacement project, which again would need a combination of multiple funding sources, but there would be a borrowing component likely. The big one though is starting in 2029 is the 5 Mile Pipeline replacement project. That wouldn't be funded through taxation, but it's still funded by the city of Nelson residents, and that would be in the water utility. So the bars represent on the left side, sort of that amount of borrowing, and the line here is what that annual debt repayment cost would be for that amount of borrowing.
Councilor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. So when we have, so when we're borrowing for these large projects, then we're saddling ourselves with interest on the borrowed amount. So we have to factor in interest repayments into our budget. So I guess, I mean, it would seem like on a personal level, you wanna keep your borrowing to a very manageable level, or most people have borrowed for their home, right? So they have a, what do you call that, a solid, the home is this, sorry, it's broken.
Asset?
Solid asset.
Yeah.
So I guess my question here is, how do we, if we're going to be borrowing a lot for these capital projects, how are we factoring in the annual costs on the borrowing without raising taxation?
Well, I don't think you can. Yeah.
You have to.
That's that invisible fund that you pay your mortgage with.
It's getting very, as you're talking here, it's getting very complicated how we manage all of these extra costs with all of these major capital projects coming up.
So the only thing that I would say that we can be thankful for is that we can borrow through MFA.
Yes.
And we do, it can be a significant basis point savings versus having to go to the open market or
Yes.
walk down to the Royal Bank and borrow the money. But that's really the only extra card that we have in our deck that an average person might not.
I guess my concern is all the inflationary pressures happening the last bunch of years and probably will continue moving forward as we borrow more for these capital projects. There'll be more pressure on our city from just the interest rates.
I think you're doing a great summary of where we'll get when we kind of get to the last slide here. Is that yes, there is, and I think it's important that we look ahead of those 5 years and not have a narrow focus. And you're right to sort of look at this and say like, okay, what does that mean in 26, 27, 28, 29? And what are some things we can work on in 2025 to reduce our reliance on borrowing? Is there some things that we can do? Can we, and again, I'm getting ahead of myself, but
Sorry.
you know, it's a very good discussion, and I think it's something that we need to be conscious of and not have a narrow sight of like, well, let's try and keep the taxes as low as possible in 2025 and 2026, that's next year's problem. Like to look forward, I think is important.
Okay, thank you.
And I think one of those foundational pieces is looking at your assets, and if you have assets that aren't critical, you know, turning those assets into critical assets, right? So, and I think councils over the years have been really, you know, cognizant of that. You know, if we sell a capital asset, let's invest it in a different capital asset that's critical. Let's not use it to try to, you know,
Fund operations or something,
Right.
right? So you don't sell an old building that's dilapidated.
Yeah.
To boost your operational budget for that year.
Right.
Because then you just have to catch up the taxes later.
Yeah.
Yep.
See, I'm
They have to
getting
pay
it.
taxes.
Yeah, I remember you saying that 2 years ago. You're like,
Gosh, now we
no,
got
no,
two
Kate."
people that are lining up for jobs in finance. Be careful, you guys.
Yeah, I'm like, getting it. Can I just ask, I noticed you put the pipeline and the wastewater treatment plant on there, thank you, because it took me a second to be like, where's the wastewater treatment plant? But that capital isn't normally in our capital budget, it lives over in the wastewater, water. Okay, but we're just putting it here to show that it would still be borrowing.
Yep.
Gotcha.
And it's the same folks that would pay for it, whether they pay for it on a green bill or
Yeah.
on a white bill, but
Gotcha, thank you.
and I think it also highlights the fact we need help from senior levels of government to do these projects. We cannot do these on our own.
Or start making our public toilets pay toilets.
Right.
That's
what we
covered.
$1.
We also need help from our regional partners when they're regional
Yeah.
assets such as recreation.
Parks.
So there's been a few things as we've gone through kind of talking about you know, over and above inflation, what are some of those other resources that we're looking to add? So I have a number of slides here where I wanted to kind of walk us through this a little bit. So on the left side, we'll talk about what that initial upfront cost is. So let's use this one as an example. So we talked
Chris,
about,
maybe just before we get into individual ones so that people know what is coming up is, this is from a staff perspective of where we think we need these additional resources. So all that you're gonna see on here is the ones that we as staff are saying we believe we need these additional resources. There's other ones that council put forward that are other priorities. Those ones are really in your court to decide what to do. Obviously, these are in your court as well, but from a staff perspective, we've met with all our departments, et cetera, and you know, believe these are things that are critical for us to be able to deliver on the plans.
Can you let us know what page this is? Because
In
there's
the slides?
like 40 pages in our supplemental package. I know there's a bit of a summary here, but not all of them are on the summary. The additional purchasing support,
yeah, so
just-
purchasing and
procurement.
Yeah,
So
sorry.
additional
Yep.
purchasing record, okay, so that one,
What page is that?
I still don't have the page, I just have it on the summary,
Oh,
so.
yeah, so there's the
20.
additional purchasing support and
20.
the capital
Got it,
projects
thank you,
coordinator.
yeah.
Wait, and 21.
And all these should show up on page. Whatever,
So page 20 is the procurement and the capital projects coordinator.
Page 21.
yeah,
Right
all
there.
these should show up on page 6, right?
Yeah, if you wanted the summary of all of them, but if you wanna actually look at the
No, I've
details of
got
it.
the page 6, it just, so
Yeah,
I'm
and
writing
then
beside it the number that it's on, is the OP, like the OP 25-1 is what?
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
on the bottom of every page in blue and detailed, so that's their record.
Okay. Oh, 1, 2, okay, did not notice that, I was just going with page numbers, thank you. That makes a lot more sense, I got it now.
So this would be to add that additional resources in procurement on here. Purchasing was probably a better language to use to be consistent with what we had in your package. We do have somebody now who works part-time in that role, so this would be to have that become a full-time role. We also had the proposal for a capital projects coordinator. Now, these roles would be funded through, you know, some of it would be Nelson Hydro, some would be the utility, some would be through capital. So the general operating share of that piece would be that 30,900. So the taxation impact of that is a 0.27% tax increase.
So I just need to understand, so half FTE in procurement is 70,000 and a full FTE in capital projects coordinator is 107,000. That, in my brain, seems like it should be the other way around. I think a capital projects coordinator would be earning more than
Yeah.
so help me understand why those numbers look like that.
Yeah, and actually, it's not just at 0.5, like, so you're right, we'd be bringing somebody in
And I
for
get the
three
mercs and the
days a
whole
week.
thing, I get.
So really what we're trying to do is make a full-time role in procurement and then have somebody come in 3 days a week, so it's more like, 66% or something than to be our procurement side of things.
Okay, because now we have 1.5 persons,
right now
if
we
I
have-
understand correctly?
We have a purchasing manager,
Right,
and then she has one staff member who does, helps her with purchasing and also does accounts receivable.
so they're
So we would make-
half-time in purchasing.
Yeah, we would make that role 100% purchasing, and then we would bring someone in to do accounts receivable, a different person. So really, that's what we're trying to backfill is the accounts receivable side of the business so that the existing staff member can be full-time.
But we're still only adding half a position.
Yeah, it's probably
Two-thirds.
more like 3 days a week.
Okay,
Yeah, I shouldn't have put
that's okay.
0.5 FTE,
So it's
but
a-
yeah.
So
It's a
0.6.
0.5 in
6.
procurement, but we're filling
Yeah.
it with a 2/3 position. That's why it's 70,000.
Okay.
So it is missing.
That makes a little more sense to me, cause I was trying to go, whoa, maybe that's a line
We should
I should refer my daughters to.
And again, this includes wages and benefits and.
Yeah, no, I
costs.
get all that part, I've done that management before, so I understand how that factors in. Okay,
So the left side is that initial cost, and then the right side is, you know, what do we feel the benefits, or what do we anticipate the benefits are gonna be of these positions, and how we're gonna reach those benefits. So I mean, the primary piece for this, and we kind of outlined that whole capital program, is our goal here is to overall just lower the cost of those capital projects. And we can do that exactly like General Manager Johnson was saying there, you know, we try and get those procurements out earlier in the season so that we can take advantage of better pricing, and that just comes with better, as a product of better planning, if we can get out in front of these things. Then once those projects are up and running,
Maybe add to that, because I don't think it's just getting them out, it's getting them out in the the right way. How we're gonna procure, are we gonna just do a tender, an RFP, you know, are we gonna buy certain equipment ahead of time? So it's given that all that additional strategy of how to get the best pricing. I think maybe Chris shared the finished water storage that we just recently did, and what happened when we had some resource to actually do that in a different way.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if I actually spoke about this on Tuesday, so forgive me if it's repetition, but yeah, so we had gone out for a few years to try and get the finished water storage done, and continued to 2 years in a row, came back with you know, we went out to a tender and came back with significantly higher bid prices than we had budget for. And this year, you know, finally we were able to sort of look at those and make a few adjustments, do some planning, and you know, there's a bunch of risk when you go out and then, you know, actually retract tenders that, you know, somebody could come after you and say, well, you know, that was out on the market, so on and so forth, if you keep doing it. So in this case, you know, this year we looked at it, and one of the issues was, or what was driving part of those bid prices being so high, was this you know, road going in there that they could do the work from. It was gonna cost a lot, and we recognized that we could do that for substantially cheaper. And so that's one of the things that we did this year was in advance, punch that road in, get it all set up, and as a result, we saw bid prices that were below our budget. So it worked out, you know, as a net positive there. But as well, to Kevin's point about those other aspects about it, is using different methodology for procurement. We've historically been using this RFP, you know, fixed bid process, where you get a bid in and everybody puts their bid in, and then you go through and you grade them based on things, but there's no negotiating that. You can't like take one of the bids and say, hey, actually I saw that you have this road, you know, that's way more than it would cost for us to do it, maybe we'll just do it, and are you okay adjusting your bid based on that? And that is also, you know, so we weren't able to do that in those other bids, but now we're getting into this negotiated RFP process where we'll be able to look at some of the better performing bids and then actually engage in negotiations with them to try and get better pricing for things, or try and support in ways that we can that we weren't historically able to do. So that's where, you know, both on the purchasing or procurement side of things, as well as that capital projects coordinator, will both support that process of moving us into this, what is, you know, nationally a new methodology for procurement of civil works and large project works. So, you know, it's both sides having the resources to do the planning, to look at things, to say, oh geez, we could actually do that cheaper. Well, let's do that this year so that we're ready for the following year and save a bunch of money on those bids, as well as saying, oh, let's also look at the processes and contracts that we have. And, you know, if we do this NRFP, negotiated RFP, that takes a bit more time to go through the negotiations. We'll actually have the people to do it effectively, so on and so forth. So that's where we believe that we'll realize a lot of these savings. And then as well, on the overall project management of it, you know, we've tasked our current project managers with so much that they're at a dead sprint all the time. So sometimes stuff gets brought up, and you know, we contract out the overall project management of the project, but we still have the owner representative position. So those PMs that we hire for us will come to us and say, hey, you know, the contractor said that they can't quite get this part in, they were gonna substitute with this part, they said that it would work the same, and we say, oh, okay, well, yeah, that's great, sure, does it, you know, sounds good, because we're so busy trying to deliver so many projects, that, you know, we don't have time to really quickly make sure that our butts are covered there. Now, with a bit more time in this, you know, project coordinator position, they'll be able to say, whoa, okay, what's this gonna do to the overall design? Are we still gonna meet it? Get those sort of CYA things in position such that if it doesn't perform later on, and it might be because of this part, we now have that very clear in our documentation. And if it doesn't perform, then we just go back and say, look, you guys put this in here, we have this where it said you confirmed that everything would be great, and you know, so you gotta replace it, no cost to us, off to the races. So we feel that that's where we'll save a bunch of money through stuff like that, but it's really on that front end of procurement with the NRFP and having the time to do things at the right time, and that we feel that we're gonna be able to save large amounts of money. You know, to the tune of like millions, right? Where all of a sudden projects come in significantly less than they otherwise would. And then, you know, we could save, you know, thousands, tens of thousands, up to hundreds of thousands through the overall project delivery process by being more attentive to it.
Councillor Wood, or has a question?
Can I just add,
Oh,
just
yep.
one other thing is, it's getting people bidding on your work as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, like the
Absolutely.
Civic's a good example, like without a construction manager there having contacts around steel manufacturers, we probably would not have had even a bid on the steel side of it, so let alone a really favorable bid. So, you know, really hustling to get people bidding on your work is a big part of it as well.
Hustle is the right word there, because it is a hustle, you know, it's,
So from what you just said, so this kind of position should basically be a neutral position, or actually a positive position because of what the individual could do. But also there's kind of a sort of a background soft area too of not having burnout of our workforce, which costs us probably
absolutely,
quite a bit in the long run.
absolutely, yes.
So this is kind of like an anti-burnout hire.
Well, and to be frank, you know, and we had this discussion with Councillor Lautenberg, brought up the idea of, you know, how can you use AI to, you know, perform some of these tasks? And we view this position to also be able to support that. You know, to bring in AI, you need to actually assign that to somebody. Right now, we're stripped right down, we're delivering like the projects that are on board, like, and we aren't delivering sort of nice to haves, you know, we're delivering a lot of critical projects right now. So yeah, this position will be able to support that, as well as CFO said, we are moving into a very capital intense, you know, 5 to 10 year period.
Yeah.
As you hear from throughout North America of this infrastructure deficit where, and you know, it's come home to roost for us in terms of fire hall, our new supply line, our force main, our wastewater treatment plant. Like those are all like, you know, sort of career projects normally, and we're gonna do them all within, you know, 10 years, refresh of Baker Street. So this is also making sure that our foundation is set to be able to succeed through all of those, you know, very large projects that are coming our way.
Okay, thank you.
And Nelson
Councillor-
Hydro does have this, has been using this model for quite a while,
Yes.
to procure.
Councillor Payne, I believe I saw your hand up.
Yeah, just a couple of things I just wanna make clear for anyone who's watching or will see this later. So this is basically an investment in efficiency and cost savings for the city. And the second part of it is that not all of that funding will have a taxation impact, because parts of those positions will be paid through other services within the city that have a different income stream. So it is relatively small on the taxation impact to individual homeowners, but delivers a very significant cost saving as we move forward, protecting our, you know, hugest physical asset, our infrastructure and the projects that we need to do to maintain those. So is that a clear encapsulation of what we're doing there? Perfect, thank you.
I wanted to say one more point on that, but I almost feel like that was a pretty good cap
You
to
go
it.
ahead.
3 people now wanting to be in the finance department.
No.
There's gonna be nobody left at the council table
This
pretty
means-
soon.
This means that we're succeeding, everybody's
Yeah.
understanding, yeah.
I think it's important that the general public is understanding that
Yeah.
this is not all coming out of their pockets.
Maybe the only other piece is that last part there where I said strengthen reserves through long-term planning. And I think I spoke to this before about asset management, in that, you know, the larger centers will go out and hire a asset management or director of asset management. Or they'll go out and kind of get a one-time grant and just do something quick if they're a smaller center. And we're kind of in that middle bracket where I feel, or we feel, that we actually have the resources internally to be able to do some really good long-term asset management planning, to go look out 30, 50, 100 years and put together an asset management plan for our roads, for our facilities, for our bridges. What we need then is to free up that staff that we have to be able to do that planning, and this will help alleviate some of that pressure that they have from the day-to-day to be able to focus. I mean, we have professional engineers, we have, you know, experts in buildings, and you know, we can leverage those assets and be able to sort of do some of that planning internally. Okay, health and safety. So we had our general manager Scott Spencer from Nelson Hydro come and give us a bit of a recap on his presentation that he did on health and safety. So the health and safety coordinator position that we discussed at that time was budgeted for $123,500. In 2025, the general operating share of that would be $25,400. The intent being that in that initial, you know, first year or two, the focus is actually going to be on Nelson Hydro. Nelson Hydro has some funding in their budget to be able to cover a health and safety officer. What we would look at in our proposed budget is that, you know, as we see those WorkSafe BC premiums, you know, savings realized, you know, we would manage that increased cost of the health and safety officer with our surplus funding to be able to sort of absorb that cost over, you know, that next 3 to 4 years and bring that into operation. So there wouldn't be a taxation impact on that. We would offset that with our reduced costs of WorkSafe. That's the financial benefit. Of course, there's all the intangibles, which are, you know, increased employee well-being, and, you know, just in general promoting that healthier work environment, higher employee morale, higher productivity, those types of things. Okay, this is what Sarah Winton spoke about this morning, was that legislative support. So the legislative assistant role come in as part-time would be $42,000 per year. The general operating share of that is that same $42,000. So the taxation impact is 0.37%. You know, part of this is related to what we talked about when I showed you the one slide there from HR, is that having our HR manager focusing more time on HR and Nelson Hydro has sort of lost some of the resources from administration. So this would be to sort of fill a bit of that gap. And also, as she explained, you know, we bring in quite a bit of revenue from rentals and leases, and making sure that those are up to date, you know, and they don't lapse, or they're not sort of held at a static rate for a number of years, that they're being updated with whatever new terms and conditions, but also reflecting inflationary increases in the amounts that we're bringing in. It's really important to have someone stay on top of that. We can also see this helping us to generate new revenues. I think Sarah spoke to having you know, somebody look at special events, and can we bring in more special events and more, you know, do some work down at the pier, you know, open that up for special events and activities, and sort of support that side of it as well, working with Public Works, because they sort of hold portfolios for special events, but having somebody here sort of help drive that a little bit.
Mr. Payne.
So just for some clarity, so the corporate officer said that our current income is $150,000 from this, so I'm just looking at
I think that was
the
specifically,
licenses?
yeah, for,
She's referring to just sort of the licenses and sort of those types of things. We also have,
The lease agreements and database, $150,000 income. So
I think that
it's,
included like the airport hangar fees.
okay, so that was an accumulative amount.
because we also collect, rent in this building, for example, that's not included in that number, right? So there's a lot of other rental income that comes in that they would also be responsible for managing and updating.
And who's currently doing that?
Sarah's team.
Pardon me?
Sarah's team.
Okay,
So I think the other piece to keep in mind is we had Gabe supporting this department more.
right.
And now, so really Sarah's team's not really gaining, they're really replacing primarily what she had before with when Gabe was more involved in this department. We're also replacing someone at a pretty high salary, and Gabe was someone at a legislative assistant role. So this isn't all a new position, this is replacing most of another, or part of this resource she had before.
So there is someone working casually,
Yeah,
We
it's
have
just,
somebody on a temporary contract,
short-term
temporary
contract.
right now.
so right now
And so
she,
this would be bringing her, someone in this position on, and sorry, I can't remember, is this a 0.5 FTE? Part-time position, yeah.
Just bring them in.
so right now.
So it would just be, that would be not a casual position anymore, that would be
Regular part-time.
a regular
Yeah.
part-time position.
You have your set
And that
hours.
individual who's currently filling that role is working somewhere else at City Hall?
Correct.
Yes.
In,
Nelson Hydro.
Dyson Hydro, she works.
she works part-time there as well then?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think are they doing an offset 3 and 2?
I think this brings her up, Leslie, to answer your question, to 1 FTE.
Correct, okay.
So we do save on, we're already paying her benefits, et cetera, from her other part-time position. So the cost to add hours is less than having.
So the cost to add a 0.5 FTE in an administrative position is $70,000.
42.
42.
42.
I think the other one, like I say,
Sorry,
was
what am I,
3 days a week, and this one would
the
be,
expenditure one-time cost funding? I guess I'm not seeing that, so I see
Which
the
one are you looking
funding,
okay.
half of it's from taxation and part of it's from user fees, but it looks like the ongoing cost says it's $71,303.
Are you looking at 42,000?
yeah, the taxation or the general operating share part of that is right,
Right.
but yes, you're correct that the
Correct.
actual cost of the FTE was similar to what we had for the 70,000.
Yeah,
Yep.
so a 0.5 FTE in this position is $71,303 is what I see here.
Yeah,
No, I
on
do that.
page 6 there, you're correct. So part of it's
I've
paid
got
by
page 19,
utilities
but-
and part of it's paid by. So we anticipate that we're
Yeah,
gonna
no,
get.
I get that it's paid from two different places, I'm just,
Well, I think part of the 29,000 under utilities and user fees is we anticipate that we will get more utility or more fees by having this position. So we're generating additional fees.
They do a lot of work on the statutory right of ways and things like that as well, so.
no, just wanted to
Yeah,
try to
and
join all the dots here.
I'm not sure how you guys calculated that, we reallocated obviously benefits between Nelson Hydro and this to share it. So Nelson Hydro probably gains a little bit by her benefits now being
Shifting over here.
split between
Yep.
the two departments.
The next piece I just wanted to bring up is, we had a discussion on what that fire master plan looks like. So looking in towards, fire protection, modernization, we'll sort of work out the the details as that document becomes public. But what we're looking at for 2025 is an additional cost of $200,000 for the fire department. So they can bring in, implementation of that fire master plan. The full amount of that would be part of the operating budget. There's no utility share of that piece. So the taxation impact is that 1.74%. Again, the what there is to help those firefighters and help that department meet those response targets, reduce overtime costs, and so we'll sort of work through that fire master plan and how to implement that. We also have some increased costs in fire for equipment replacement. We added something in 2024 and there's a continuation of that in 2025 to be able to ensure that we have enough in our reserves to be able to fund that ladder truck when it comes due. And of course, we have some planning work to do for a fire hall as well.
I'm trying to think back to the fire document when we did this. So this 200,000, that's for,
We haven't really disclosed what it's
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
specifically made up of.
I think we were gonna bring that to the members and have that conversation. At this time, it was, sort of a order of magnitude piece there.
okay,
And if council wants to sort of jump back in camera at some point and go through the details, we can do that again.
okay.
So that's why there's nothing in my package about that.
Yeah, I think
This is new for us too.
in the original
Okay.
one, there was a placeholder, I think of
Yeah,
160,000.
yeah.
And so it would be more than that at 200, but there was a piece in there before.
That was the number I was thinking of. It was more the number I was thinking
Yeah.
about. Thank you.
And Chris, this reflects phasing this in, right? So this is the cost in
Yeah.
2025.
If anybody wants to go on camera, we can go on camera.
Police funding, again, we had Nelson Police come a few times and present their budget and discuss about their operational needs. Just to keep in mind, in 2024, we approved 2 additional officers sort of in the tail end of that year. So what you're seeing for 2025 is a full year of having those 2 officers on the books, for lack of a better term. Their other requests were for a reorganization of dispatch, where they would bring in 1 additional FTE for dispatch and some part-time dispatchers as, a difference between what they're doing now, which is where they have 4 full-time and they fill the rest with casual positions. The challenge with that is you get folks who come, they do the training, and then they may not see shift work for weeks. And it's really hard to hold on and keep dispatchers trained and up to date, especially with a new NG 911 system rolling out. And it will be important to have folks in there who work regularly and can keep those skills up and that technology awareness up, and not have to go through that retraining process over and over again. It also allows those 4 full-time dispatchers to be able to do training, to take vacation, to work less overtime. We're not banking vacations and paying out vacations. They can actually use them as they're meant to be used. So there is an additional cost to that arrangement, but I think long-term, the savings in, like I say, paying out overtime and in that retraining cost, I think will come down. So, we're recommending that they go ahead with this sort of reorganizational piece. They did also have a 2-year plan to do a full policy review of all of their, police procedures and policies, which a number of them are out of date. So we have that in the recommended budget as well, but since it's, just a 1 or 2 year project, our recommendation was, again, that we fund those sort of short-term one-off projects with surplus and not tax for them, so there wouldn't be a tax impact if we go with the recommended budget. And then the final piece was.
Councilman.
Sorry, yep.
Sorry, so I know the information we got did come out in December and things have changed, but on the summary sheet that we have, there is a tax impact to that, so that's
Correct.
been changed.
Do which one?
The policy review, it says the tax impact would be 0.26535 per household.
Yeah.
So
on
then
that-
because it's being funded out of
Yep.
surplus.
Yes.
If they were able to utilize a technology that would be geared towards that sort of policy review and it didn't cost that much over 2 years, that would have less of an impact, but it's coming out of surplus, so it doesn't really matter one way or the other, but that can just come off this as a tax impact.
Yeah, so when we, what we did in the first iteration that we brought, the starting point, we didn't have any sort of recommended, ways we could fund things. We just,
Okay.
here's the impact of all of these. With our recommended, recommendation today, we've got a number of areas where we think we can help to, sort of bring that taxation increase to a reasonable level, or not, a lower level, but looking at, traditionally, we have done that with other projects, said, look, this is a 1 or 2 year project, let's fund that with surplus. That's kind of the intent of that surplus is, well, it's not a capital, it is a project, so that would be a potential funding source for that.
So when we get through today, normally if I were sitting here with this as a spreadsheet, I would take that out of that line and it would adjust that number at the bottom as we went. Okay,
Yeah, I think when we show you this piece later, you'll sort of see that.
thank you.
How we fund some of these pieces. That last box there in the bottom right was their additional officer request for 2025. And I think when we met a number of weeks back, we discussed sort of operationally where they were at the end of 2024 and their projections for 2025 of when certain roles and positions would be filled. We looked at that and can see that there's enough savings there to be able to absorb 2 additional officers without adjusting that budget that we currently had in the starting point. So our recommendation would be to not include an increase in the budget, but to be able to direct the NPD that they could go out and start recruiting those 2 officers. And we could keep that within their sort of existing staffing budget.
Mr. Jury, could you remind us all what, as of the end of 2024 or beginning of this year, what the staffing level is? Are we now at potentially 19 officers and 3 excluded for 22 positions? Or are we at 21 officers and 3 excluded people for 24?
So I think we're at 23 total if you include the excluded. Yeah, and they're, I think what they will say that they have been sort of working towards is that 25 as being the number that
Okay, thank
they
you.
felt they needed.
Did you take that picture?
No, Amy might have.
No, I did not.
No, as part of that picture's in the strategic plan. That's a picture out of the police strategic
Choose the
plan.
first one you wanted to put in.
Well, Copilot put an image in there for me and it was kind of, I don't know, aggressive looking.
We have some very nice pictures in the police strategic
We
plan.
humanized it a little bit.
Don't let me talk, you guys.
Broken Hill, downtown Nelson.
The other piece that I wanted to discuss, and I think it was brought up earlier, was what is in this budget for the arts and culture sector. So we do have increased inflationary funding for the museum, for the Capitol, for the Arts Council, those groups that we offer regular funding for. They're included in this budget. We're working towards having a service agreement with them, but that's part of that agreement would be that there would be some inflationary increases for those groups. The library has a proposal in here as well for, of course, just their regular inflationary increase plus a proposal to be open on Sundays. They have that same proposal in front of the RDCK, so if the regional district gave them the go-ahead as well, then that would be something they would to accomplish in 2025. We're finishing up, of course, the Civic Theater roof replacement and supporting the Theater Society on their grant-funded project for 2025. We also have a couple of capital projects at the Nelson Museum and Art Gallery, at the Capitol Theater. They've done some good work in going out and securing grants, and it requires a matching component, so that would be that matching side of things. I think those were at least with the museum work that they had started in 2024, so this carries forward to 2025.
Councillor Payne.
Sorry, but you moved off police funding before I heard anything
Sure.
about the community safety officer. So is that something that they're gonna be including in the current budget, or?
Well, that's-
That was an additional
yeah.
request.
That's something for us to have a conversation on and discuss. We didn't include it in our recommended piece, so that's
Okay,
something that if council wanted to look at that, we can sort of cost that out for you and let you know.
okay, cause we do have a sheet in here on it, right? Okay.
Yeah, again, these are the ones that we as staff are recommending at this stage. You'll see that at the end of this when Chris presents, here's, based on our recommendations, here's what kind of taxation increase we're looking at.
Okay.
You've had the one that shows the 16+%. That includes all those. Yeah. What you're seeing here is what our recommendation says staff are.
So basically finance and admin staff, cause I think of the police as staff.
Yeah, they're the police board, so they
Yeah.
come and recommend their
yeah.
budget, and then as far as they're concerned, it's for us,
Um,
so.
Chris has had discussions
Yeah.
with the
Yeah,
chief
yeah.
around.
That was the
these
only thing that was a
adjustments.
little confusing for me, cause they recommended it and I assumed they were part of it, but they're gonna be separate at the end.
Well, and to that point, one of the conversations I did have with the chief was on the records management role, and that was something that he felt that they could do without for 2025, if they had the dispatch piece, that would give them enough resources to be able to sort of tackle that.
I took that out. Okay, thank you. Just wondered when we were gonna get to that.
Yep, so I went through the arts and culture. Well, there you go. Pass out paper now.
Okay. Here we go.
That's a note.
Mayor,
Yes,
I'm just wondering about time
right.
and lunch. It looks like, are we having lunch here?
Yeah, there will be lunch will be brought in, and so I'm just,
You wanna do a working lunch?
in terms of everybody, that we will continue, I think, I think either
Today only a morning.
we'll have, when it gets here, we'll just see where we are and we'll have a short break, but we will continue on. It's just gonna be, like, I think sandwiches are
Yep.
coming in. We didn't know for sure, but just in case, so,
The calendar says noon, so I
Yeah.
have to work at noon.
so we're gonna try to get through as much as we can here. I mean, it was kind of like, we were hoping to be done by noon and
Yeah, we'll go for another 20 minutes. Maybe what we could do is, without going through line by line, sort of as a first stage, Amy's gonna just sort of show you, like, lay this out. I've got a couple more slides that kind of summarize this, and then, maybe we're at noon and we can start looking at this line by line or indeed or something, but if that works.
I gotta be there at noon.
You can text me any of your comments, further comments. I had a lot to say so far.
I have.
so it's never a perfect science. We can say noon is the drop dead point, and then we look for another day when we can all be together. And the whole thing is that we have to allow, one of the issues here is we have to at some point allow public feedback on the budget process. So we have to have decided at some level that this is kind of the number that we're gonna go out to the public with. And, because otherwise it's pretty hard to go out to the public, because then we'd be back at, are we going out at 16.59, which was the all-in everything? Or are we going out with 4.2 because we're like we need a number to be able to go to the public with. So that's the,
We would still have quorum, Jesse?
Yeah, we still have
Are
quorum.
you able to find that number if I'm not here?
I have to go at 12:30.
So as we start to lose quorum, you know, we might end up having to have another meeting. So just keep that in mind. Could be that we do it in an evening
And
to
just,
facilitate people's workload, but I know that doesn't help you, Jesse, because you have to work nights.
just to reiterate the mayor's point, this is to get us to what would we put out to the public for feedback. This isn't council saying this is where you're gonna land, so.
Okay.
So there will
I
be
mean, we're usually
more
pretty
meetings.
close. I
Yeah,
mean, we're
yeah.
usually pretty close, but
Yeah, we wanna put out something that you're pretty comfortable with.
Yeah, it would be like a preliminary draft budget for public feedback. You know, you probably would want to be at a number where you wouldn't go higher than that, but, you know, based on that feedback and your thoughts, if there was room to, if you wanted to claw something back and go lower, that's possible.
So looking at the sheet in front of you, just at a high level, so on that middle column, we've got the starting point that will tie in with that original budget document that we provided back in December. So and then the next column over is the staff recommended. That final column on the right-hand side is just some quick comments on why there's some differences in between that. For example, that very first line and our base requirement for inflationary and contractual increases, we got our final numbers for insurance back earlier this year, and unfortunately those have increased from prior years. And then kind of taking a step back again, looking at the four different colors here. In the top, we've got green, which kind of represents our general operations within the city. We've got the blue, that's the Nelson Police Board, and the red, which is the Nelson Library, and then all together in the gray is added up together there. So I'll walk through quickly, we won't go line by line because it's going to relate to Chris's next few slides. But in the top green, we've got expenditures, so these are items that were in the package that staff is recommending on that right-hand side column, including the infrastructure investment of that 100,000 or 1% roughly. Our additional funding sources that Chris has mentioned that help bring that taxation level back down a bit. So we're ending with a annual just for city operations, so what council is deciding on as a 3.24% taxation increase. Then we get to.
Is
sorry,
everybody
can you
have
just tell
that?
me, I don't know where you're at, and unfortunately, it's like, I'm used to little numbers in the margin, so it doesn't
Keep
work.
going down, keep
So
going
are
down.
you in funding sources, expenditures, water infrastructure, where are you, please?
In the middle, right here. She
Annual.
just added up all of the
The
plus
green annual
minuses
bar.
in the green, and then we're in this middle one right here where,
Okay, so we're at the annual.
Yeah, we're at that recommended tax impact column that
I'm with you.
goes down.
Okay.
Welcome.
You're hired in finance.
Right.
So next we've got the Nelson Police portion in blue. So they've got their base requirement increases of 3.48. So that's the right-hand column, top blue. Then they've got all of,
Amy, just to be clear, that's not what they're asking for an increase, that's the impact on taxation.
Yes.
and then they've got their, the proposed asks on the right-hand side are the ones Chris just mentioned in the staff recommended, which
And the
bring us.
policy review is still in there though.
Yeah.
Correct.
I'm
So
still
there's
confused
little-
about this.
There's little red
Yeah, I
stars.
see that, I
beside-
couldn't understand what that was for.
So the red stars relate to, in that funding sources, you can see non-recurring expenditures funded by surplus. So we're funding those items through surplus. So they actually come out again as a tax impact.
So where do they come out? Cause right
So-
now it's in.
Yeah, so I'll just give you an example. If you went up above and you saw that, for example, OH&S coordinator.
Yeah.
And it's got a red star beside it. Then it says recommendation amount 25,400, tax impact 0.22%. Then down below, we're gonna fund that with surplus, so it comes out again where it says non-recurring expenditures funded by surplus. And all of those things with a red star, funded by surplus, so they come back out again. I wanted to just show you that it was being funded, so I wanted to put it in that right-hand side rather than make it zero. But then how we're gonna fund it is in that section down there that says funding sources.
So that's the same with vandalism and encampment?
Correct.
So Chris, probably to be clear, probably more clear on police, we have their funding up in sort of general operating where we have their costs down here, so that 30, the 4.33 in the blue for police is probably overstated, because we're not,
Yeah,
because
but
we're collecting the money back.
that's the city's money and it's their
True.
choice to fund by surplus, so
Okay.
Yep.
Anyway. Funding's up above and the
Yeah.
cost is down below.
And then below the Nelson Police Board, we've got the Nelson Library. As Chris mentioned, their base inflationary increase of 28,000, effective of 25.25% taxation increase, and then their request to open on Sundays. And that is just the city portion of that, it does not include the RDC funding. So then that brings us to the first gray total of the annual increases. So again, in that first column, you see the 16.02, that matches your budget document from back in December. And then staff recommended of 8.1%. Which results in $166 annually for the annual average.
And did we adjust the average home based on the 2024 assessments? And then can you tell me what the average cost of a home in Nelson is, please?
So if you jump down to the very bottom of this sheet, you can see the assessments for residential and business.
Okay.
In the first column, we've got 2024 assessments. The average home was $665, and in 2025, it's $680.
Okay.
So you see a change of 2.26%, and then we've got the taxations amounts.
Thank you.
yeah, it's an interesting dynamic with the residential and business taxes. So because business class of properties went up 5.45% compared to residential of 2.26%. If you kept what we call the multiple, which is how much more a business class pays than a residential, if you kept that fixed at what it has been last year, your residential increase is 7.32%, but the business is 10.68%. So there's a higher increase on the business side. What we've tended to do in the past is council directed staff to keep the ratio of residential at 75% and business at 25%, so that both would be at that 8.1. If you didn't do that and you kept that fixed, then you have the business class take on more of that tax increase, just by nature of their assessments went up by a greater amount.
So it's unfortunate that we can't see a look back, because it seems to me that business assessments have been lower in previous years. That, like, I can remember, I remember having the conversation at the table. It's like, wow, like they're down, right?
Yeah.
But I guess in some regards, it's good to see that business assessments has gone up at the same time.
It really took a hit right after COVID, I
Yeah.
think, when it dropped.
So we'll dive back into this after Chris's next few slides.
Yeah, I prepared a few things in here that I thought would summarize this maybe a little bit nicely for you. You may look at this and say, wow, Chris, that's even more confusing. Can we just go back to the spreadsheet? But let's try. So breaking out sort of that cost and funding portion of this, on the left side, you see this is what we're starting with. We have that base increase, inflationary increase of 4.23%. That's reflected here in this spreadsheet at that very top line. On top of that, we've got some of those items that I went through one by one. I'm sort of framing as that growth and planning piece. You know, we talk about purchasing, we talk about additional resources for capital projects, those types of things. So that's that additional 3.33%. And also having that, it's actually a 0.87, but that, 1% annual additional contribution to our capital reserves. So with that, you end up, kind of in that 8.5% range as a tax increase before we start looking at what are some of those things we can do to help fund this. So we can bring that down, and we've spoken to this before about, what are the benefits of growth. So because of the growth that we've had and the new construction and the new assessments, taxation for, the rest of the residents here actually lowers by 1.3%, because we got, more properties to pick up that tax increase.
Yeah, Chris, that's a interesting graphic there. You can see where, this growth we've had in the past where we have not increased our resources in the past. We've taken that to reduce taxation. It's starting to, in this budget, it's starting to catch up on us because, the new staffing, et cetera, is a 3.3% increase and new construction's only 1.3. So, but there would have been a number of years where we didn't invest that new revenues into new resources. We just used it to
Parks and for fire and, potentially for recycling as well. But on the table right now, for 2025 is to get that additional funding for parks. I think I shared a presentation with you that Chris Johnson and I did a couple weeks back. But also the fire protection agreement is something that we've been working on behind the scenes for over a year now. But it's to bring out a whole new funding model for how that arrangement should work based on the actual fire budget and allocating the costs fairly based on the assessed values of, the whole region as the fire protection area as a whole. As opposed to, here's a contractual amount and here's an inflationary increase on top of that. So, we've come up with a formula that, both ourselves and the regional district have agreed on, that here's the budget, here's the assessed values, here's your share of that budget. And so that is included in this 2025 budget, is that recovery, that additional recovery through that agreement. And then, the surplus funding that we discussed that the red stars beside it. So that brings that down 0.79%. So for general taxation, we'd be looking at a 3.24% tax increase.
excluding police.
And library.
So that's the city one.
So then this next slide shows you that a little bit more clearly. So you've got that 2.24 and 1% for the city, so that's that 3.24% for city operations. Nelson Police Board is 4.33%. Nelson, or the Library Board is 0.53, and that's how you get to that 8.1.
Can you remind me, if the other areas don't say yes to the library request, does that mean no Sundays?
I mean, it would be, up for discussion, does the library open Sundays at reduced hours, or do we just say, no Sundays? And
Yeah, we need partnership on it,
Yeah.
Sundays.
I would like to say, I don't know if we're allowed to say that, but I think, yes, I think that we need partnership on that for the Sundays. I don't think that we can bear the additional burden just for the city taxpayers.
Yeah.
And that it needs to be,
that's kind of the messaging the conversations I've been having with Tracy at the library there, is that, we'd sort of be looking for that. Both of us are in this together, and if we wanna have that open Sundays, then there had to be sort of a reciprocal kind of.
increased services equals increased taxation for everybody, yeah.
Chris, sorry, remind me, the RDCK increase of 1.22, does that include, that's inclusive of us getting the full amount for parks?
So that includes the fire piece.
Yeah.
And I have some confidence there that that's happening. On the park side, because.
Can we bring that up? Cause I think it's
Sure,
important.
can I finish this
Yep.
Oh, yeah,
first and then maybe
My
we can
apologies, yeah.
jump into a parks discussion. Here's a percentage piece, but in my conversations I've been having with Donna from a communications point of view, I think this might be a better way to sort of have those conversations with the public. I think it relates a little bit better. You know, if you ask someone on the street, what did they pay in property tax last year, they may not be able to tell you, but they would be able to understand, you know, what does a $20 a year investment in infrastructure that we're asking for, that maybe has a little bit more of an understanding behind it. So we'll try and keep the conversation more on, you know, what are the benefits that we're seeing in this budget and what's that dollar cost to that typical average home. So it would be $46 a year for general kind of city operations, inflation. $20 would go directly into an infrastructure capital replacement program. The police board is looking at $89 a year, library at $11 a year, and that would fund being open Sundays, so that's something people can kind of think about if that's $11 a year for their inflation plus to be open on Sundays, for a total of $166 a year.
Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor.
So this is really understandable breakdown here. Would this go out to the public?
Yeah, that's kind of what we had in mind, is this
Okay.
type of messaging.
Because that really makes it so clear for people to
Yeah, when we
understand.
talk about percentage of what?
Of what, right?
Yeah.
So this is really like a great way to do it. Thank you.
So sorry, I'm still confused about the library thing. So that $11 that's the full amount of their ask, isn't it? 32.
But that's only our portion of the hours.
Right. And I thought that was, okay, I'll look at that again then. I didn't understand.
That's what they came to the city of Nelson and asked for,
Yes.
another $11 a year for that.
So, sorry if you've already explained this, but we're gonna be talking about the supplementary items after lunch?
Yeah, we can go into sort of the details here. We had certain ones that we kind of went through and recommended, and so they're included in this. Sort of on the right-hand side, and there's some that aren't, but that's
Yeah.
up for discussion.
So supplementary items are ours to discuss.
Yeah.
Staff don't particularly
Yeah.
have a recommendation. We didn't ask them to bring forward sort of RFP because they came from other presentations where there was no background information. We went back to staff to ask for it. Some a little bit around the, might have had something around the parcel tax, not the parcel tax, but about
Yeah,
the,
yeah.
I think we have a bit more
We've had-
information in the background of
Yeah,
that,
we've had
but
a few presentations.
but neither of the other two.
I'll just share that if we need to.
So we'll talk about that after lunch.
Yeah, or while we eat.
We could have a working lunch,
Yeah, there's no after lunch.
because both of them are gonna go like.
So we'll talk about it now.
Yeah, I probably got 2 more slides. We can dive into the spreadsheet.
Do you have, so I just, okay, I'm a bit concerned here that I think that we may have counselors that want to address
Let's do it now.
supplemental items. So.
Maybe that's a good idea. Let's do that now.
I think that these supplemental items might take a lot of time to discuss, but I just need to make sure that if people are leaving, that perhaps they have a moment to say something, and then we will still have quorum, and it will be based on quorum where we sort of end up or we're coming back again. So I'm going to, because you're now 2 minutes over time going to work, I am gonna defer to Councillor Pinero, if that's okay with everybody. Do you have any comments about where we are in this process and whether or not you see urgency or necessity regarding supplemental items? I guess I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah, and I don't have, it's gonna be very difficult to say anything intelligent in less than 2 minutes. So I will just say something unintelligent instead.
Be intelligent, Councillor Pinero.
So
Relevant.
I won't say, I'm not, militantly against these things. I just do have some concerns, and I'm sure they're shared on some level by everybody. It's the social development coordinator piece. I'm not completely convinced that there's not redundancies in that role. And I'm not sure that, like best case scenario, those redundancies are kept to a minimum and it's not just more bureaucracy for problems that need, action. And worst case scenario, it's more bureaucracy and another stop on the telephone line between getting something done and not. So I know we already have a lot of organizations that do a lot of work, and I know that many of them speak to each other because they have to. And there is definitely some areas for improvement there, but I'm not totally convinced that that's the way to do it. So that's unintelligent observation number one. Sue Big Oil, if somebody could, my understanding is that this $1 per resident number is very much just to find out if it's a go, if we can actually sue Big Oil, or if actually there's enough momentum behind this to do this, that $1 per resident increases dramatically if there's an actual lawsuit, because somebody has to actually fund that lawsuit. So it's not that, I recognize that, I think everybody recognizes that, some of the damages that have been done and that we have to pay for that somehow and all of these. I'm not sure that the $1 is gonna work. And the other thing is that, the parallel's been drawn to the tobacco industry, and people were like successful in suing tobacco. And for me, the difference is that tobacco was something that killed a lot of people that nobody actually needed in their day-to-day life. I mean, I know that addicts need cigarettes, but like people actually need cars, and they actually need plastic, and literally like 80% of the things in this room are made from products. So how we're going to, and the way that business works, in my humble and totally, not great at it view, is that if the oil industry is saddled with additional costs, like a multi-billion-dollar payout to us, they're just going to turn around and make everything more expensive. And because we still need all of those things, and we haven't figured out a way to make cars without plastic or computers without plastic or anything, we're just going to pay it in higher costs anyway. So I understand there's like big picture things, and there's lots of people working on, alternatives to these things and all these. I just don't see it as a simple thing, and it keeps being presented as a very simple thing, like just pay $1 and Big Oil will pay for everything. I don't think that's true. So I'm hesitant about that as well. I don't see simple answers there, and that's fine. There's not simple answers to a lot of things. I just find it troubling that it's presented as a simple answer when it's not. I really don't think it is. So again, I'm
Quick
6
minute,
minutes
you got
late
another
for
minute,
work.
yep. Give us a shot on Kootenai Conservation.
That one, I don't have as many unintelligent things to say about that. I'm gonna leave that to, I don't feel strongly about that either way. So I will not try. I think there's another thing down here, like the community safety officer has been, it's a cost, but it's not a recommended cost according to staff. Is that how that?
Yeah, you got it.
So
Yeah, to get to the 8.1, we haven't included that.
exactly. So to me, again, that's I don't know. I think the police could potentially pivot. To me, I still find parallels between a beat officer
Right.
and that job. I think a beat officer could do a lot of things that job does, and vice versa. I mean, but I think people like beat cops. I think all the thing about community outreach and relationship building is accomplished by just having somebody walk around. And I'm still not sure that with 21 officers, we can't find one of them to walk around. I find that weird. And again, I'm sorry that I'm not being a little bit more articulate, but like, yeah, it's very difficult to not say something stupid in these circumstances, so.
Haven't said anything stupid, Councilor Panero, so we'll just stop with being negative and but thank you for that. And it could be that we find that we need to come back again because we haven't been able to settle on a number, but and so you're the next one to leave the room, Councilor Tate, so.
No, we can get food,
Okay,
but I
thought you
have a
said you-
meeting at 12:30, so I've got 20 minutes to hang out.
Well, you
You
should
wanna wait till,
do
we can
like,
get food after.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
And you know,
And Councilor Panero, grab a sandwich on your way out the door so you have to eat when you get to work.
Can we just check, is he okay?
Are you okay with the other side of the column?
The other things, yeah, I mean, yes. more-
So
more or
you're
less,
okay with
yes.
the
Staff.
staff recommendation?
Yeah.
There's nothing there that's,
There's
out of
nothing
line for
there
you?
that I'm really
Okay.
upset about. No.
Thank you, Jesse.
Yeah, thanks guys, sorry about this.
we will,
We were way too optimistic, as always.
We got a clock and then.
The clock was
just magic last one time.
yeah, the clock is bad because the fact that it's actually telling you that you're late.
75-second minutes from here on out on that
Yeah,
clock.
yeah,
It's
reset
nice
the
to have
clock.
that.
So as far as me, like, we can leave this here. I don't have anything else directly related to 2025, and I think that's where we're on now, so let's just keep going, I would suggest.
Yeah, I just wanna make sure that if Councilor
Yeah.
Tate is leaving us, that we need to,
I think the floor is yours now.
Sure.
about any aspects of the budget at this point.
I think we landed well. I'm really impressed that you were able to look at all those requests and be like, gosh, I don't know, I guess we can do this. I'm a bit muddled in my brain how the 2 additional officers ended up at $0, and that, which is great. I am curious about how difficult it is to recruit and retain officers, and if it makes sense, because we have recruited and retained a community safety officer, to maintain that position. Because I see that benefit while we're trying to maybe possibly, from a governance perspective, reach that 25 magic number that supposedly exists. Because we're not there yet, right? The police force has not been able to get to the numbers that we've been approved for in the last 2 years that I've been sitting here. We keep saying yes to more, but they're not actually having the more. Whereas with the community safety officer, we do have that person, not that we talk about people specifically, but we do have that position that has been filled and retained. Whereas with police officers, we have had more difficulty filling and retaining. And so that gives us that extra workload, for lack of a better word. I have lots to say about the police board, but that's not where I sit. So go ahead.
Just to be clear.
Yeah.
So the reason those 2 officers aren't shown as a cost here is because there's some vacancies still.
Right.
And you know what this budget is allowing is for them to go fill those vacancies
Yes.
that aren't on our books
Right.
because they're off on WorkSafe for others.
Yes.
So that's how we've managed to,
But when we do fill them, if it were the case that we went up to the, whatever the approved number is, 23 at this
Yeah.
point, I think, then it would be suddenly another $400,000 or something like that. Ouch. So I have like concerns about that as from like a management perspective. Oh, we'll try to fill these ones that we already have budget for, but we're not paying for, but then, right? It's just an awkward way to manage the force.
our intent would be that, you know, this is their budget.
Yeah.
You know, go ahead and fill those vacant positions.
Yeah.
I don't care if you call them new recruits or when you're filling existing vacancies,
Yes.
but your budget's still this amount.
So I'm wondering, can you move some of that budget that's not being paid out right now because the positions are vacant to the community safety officer, and then that is also not a tax implication?
No, we've
No.
already done that in this
Right.
budget.
Okay,
I mean, you do, as a council, what you're doing is approving a budget, not
Yeah.
necessarily,
how they distribute it.
but if you do approve the budget and say, okay, you can bring in, you know, if it, is it a police officer, is it a community safety officer, I mean, you make that decision. Bring in one officer and a CSO, I guess, you could, you know, it's not up to us to decide, but this is what you gotta work with.
Okay,
As a you know,
Yeah, they could choose to fill
Yeah.
the community safety officer instead of filling one of those vacancies.
I kinda like that, but we don't get to decide that, but that,
Yeah.
that being said out loud makes me feel good. Thanks. Yeah, I'm not super keen on social development coordinator, I think that's really long-term, new service that the city would be taking on, and I think it's a scope creep. I'm very concerned about there's already an entire ministry of children and family development, an entire ministry of housing, and I just think there's some scope creep there. The Sue Big Oil, I find it so interesting, like Burnaby being used as an example where it's a population of, it's not the exact right number, 500,000 or whatever, but they actually receive $7.7 million in property taxes from that Trans Mountain pipeline. You can look it up. So they're like, oh, sure, we'll kick in $1, but they're just like taking in so much revenue from it. So to me, there's like a dissonance there. And
was Burnaby's contingent on another municipality?
Yeah, Burnaby's is will pay once you get enough people, but the funny thing about that is Burnaby on its own has that, if the cutoff is,
500,000.
somebody will tell me, 500,000, they've, I think they've got the
might have the
population.
wrong, might have the wrong population.
No, you were right, it's,
Oh.
Burnaby said if another municipality of 500,000 joins, then we're in.
Okay,
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Just to correct some information there, Sue Big Oil is about suing a certain targeted oil companies that actively engaged in misinformation. It's not suing the industry.
Okay, interesting. When we had the presentation, there was not yet, from what I understand, like a lead litigant or even like a city that would lead it, or a litigant that would take it on, or a strategy as to how to tackle it. And so I think, again, scope creep, I think it's just getting out of what a little municipality should be doing. And I'm really cautious of that when we're looking at our giant necessary legislated appropriate projects that we need to do. I see scope creep in my other work as well, where it's post-secondary and focus on post-secondary, and we can creep a bit with good intentions, and I'm cognizant of that. The Kootenai Conservation, so that's interesting because it's $15 per parcel, so it's not really a percent, right? Is it like a separate line that would be $15?
You could do it a number of ways, you could do that, you could do parcel tax, you could just do it as collect the taxes and you get to the same dollar amount.
Yeah.
Parcel tax, everybody pays the same, of course, and property tax is different, but that was the regional district does it that way, we could do a couple different ways, right?
yeah, cause I was just gonna, sorry, I just wanted because when I look at parcel tax, okay.
Business is gonna pay a bit more, residential is gonna pay a bit less, so the residential home would probably pay less than $15, but if you just did a parcel tax, then vacant lots pay the same as
Yeah.
houses, pay the same as, everybody pays $15, so.
Right.
Yeah, I'm open to discussing that, and that's kind of where my head landed on these things. Very much.
Thanks, Kate.
You're welcome.
And Kate, before you go, if we do nothing else, are you happy with the column on the right-hand side? So we heard
The 8.1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm confident that that is a good place, good enough place to land, and that you've done a lot of work, and I really appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
So now I guess we can
So,
grab
Mayor.
sandwiches. Counselor Woodward.
Before we go, I'm really cognizant here that Kate's about to leave. That's 3 counselors down. Like, making any kind of firm decision with 4 of us left feels, makes me a bit nervous. So, I mean, I think we could say maybe generally to staff that where we're at, but this feels not great for this, what we're doing here.
That's just
yeah.
my personal feeling.
And I think what we would wanna do is just have to have some information to go out to the public and get their feedback. And then you still have another meeting to be able to look at that and say, okay, we got the feedback, I've had a couple weeks to think about it.
Okay.
This is where, I think the challenge though is if you're asking for feedback and let's say you say it's 8.1% and then the tax increase ends up being 9%, that's tougher, but if it's, 8.5 and you go to 8, people sort of respond better to that.
Okay.
It's a suggestion anyway.
Sorry, so
Councillor
if
Payne?
we say, yeah. If we say 8.1, you think there is room still?
Well,
That's
what I'm
what I'm
saying is if you
concerned
say
about right
8.1 and then later decide, we want to fund social development coordinator, so it's
Unless you got
more.
a whole, big community sort of response that
Yeah.
said,
Yeah.
we want 8.1 plus add this thing.
It's true.
Yeah, my recommendation is if there's still some debate, given that we've lost or we'll lose 3 councillors, we should put them in as if we did it, because we could always pull it back later. But like you said, it's more difficult to go up, so it's just not
Well, the if is all in that first column. There's a bunch of ifs there, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think you could present both. Sorry to interrupt. I apologize.
I'm sort of just thinking out loud. You can say a range of this to this, council's considering a taxation increase of this to this, and here's some of the things that would be included in there.
Could we go through some of the supplemental items now? We know, Councillor Pinheiro provided his perspective, Councillor Tate's here, and then maybe you could thin it down to a smaller bunch that range might be.
Yeah, I think that's the intent.
So that we would each have
Sure, yeah, take a
mean-
look.
Well, I think,
So we're talking about four items here. Is there ways to, so I'm just gonna take something that's maybe the least controversial perhaps of all of these additional asks. And that's Kootenai conservation. So it was like we get asked a lot about water plans and other plans and perhaps what we do is, one of the things that came to my mind is we've been asked about the riparian repair and the waterworks of the Cottonwood Creek. And it does look like, my understanding from talking with staff is that the potential for that group to start doing some work there is feasible, that we don't have to put it off. Probably some might have to be put off till we fix the bridge, but that they could get in there and do some work. And I sort of feel like we can put this money, this parcel tax, into a fund, we can do this, but it doesn't mean that we're always getting money, right? It doesn't, because of the fact it's a big conference. So it could
like a
be,
reserve.
4 years before something comes back to Nelson as a project. Whereas we might be asked in the process of doing work in our own sort of backyard, that we might need to come up with $5,000 or $10,000 or some matching money or some whatever while they're working through their project, besides us just writing a letter. Right now, $5,000 is a lot less than the $70,000 that this would be asking for per year when you do the door thing. But that's an option. If we didn't do that, we do have all these other asks, and maybe the money, small asks that we spend in our own backyard may be more important to us. The other thing is, something like a parcel tax, it has gone before in the regional district out, and do we make a request for a parcel tax part of the 2026 election? You actually go to the electorate, which is where you should go, because that would then be on there potentially in perpetuity. Right, which is which is something to contemplate. Usually we wouldn't be going back to necessarily take that off. So perhaps the voters should be allowed to actually vote as to whether or not they want to have a parcel tax, and that would be added to an election.
Okay. Should we?
Just some idea, just some ideas. Okay.
Yeah.
So Jesse, would you like to
Motion to,
chat next, or?
okay, well,
Who wants a motion? Do you have a second?
Oh, okay.
are we gonna,
they're in the green
Funding
just above
sources.
the annual,
Says
Right in
RDCK
the middle.
funding increases.
just
Fire
down in the
protection.
middle there, Jenna.
Oh. This year, okay.
Have we heard from them about fire protection? Like, does it sound like there's some movement there?
Chris can speak
Yeah, I
to
think
this.
there is movement,
So let's
that's the one
do-
that there's movement on, but.
Let's do parks first.
And so this was a presentation that Chris Johnson and I did at the Regional Parks Commission. Joe Chirco was there and sort of gave a little bit of a historical background on how this arrangement came up, but you know, we have the benefit of our city manager who also has that same history. I don't know if you want to just, before going into the presentation, it was the recognition of Lakeside Park and those sports fields being those regional park assets. And I think it's important to kind of understand that context of it before sort of looking at where we're at.
I think even the bigger context was when the city agreed to get into regional parks, the contribution by the city was about 25,000 a year. That's what the city had contributed, or that was the understanding at that time. And then there is no funding limit in parks. It can tax whatever level it wants to. And again, the city is a 50%, pays 51% of those costs for all the parks, and has one vote at that table. I guess more on a weighted vote, but we're definitely do not carry the vote. We carry the majority of the cost, but have a minority vote at that table of how much is expended on parks. So that was, so that, the playing field changed substantially over time to all of a sudden, and, I think city residents definitely take advantage of, those rural parks that are near us, everything from Pulpit to Tagum, et cetera. So I think there's some value there, but, and really, the discussion at the table was, the city cannot continue to contribute at that level to these rural parks and receive nothing in return for our parks that are used regionally. And Lakeside and the Lakeside playing fields were, the one that was, was really clear that, that's regionally used and there needs to be contributions to city parks. In fact, at that time, we did offer to say, hey, we'll look after our parks, rural, you look after your parks, and we know people from both sides use each other's parks, and we can manage ours to the level that we think is appropriate, and you feel free to manage yours to the level. So there was definitely some discussion around that. It didn't, I think there, it didn't actually get the full traction on that. So anyway, in 2019, finally, the RDCK, the Parks Service, recognized that yes, there was some unfairness on this, and we do need to start contributing to the city parks. At that time, are you gonna show that slide?
Yeah. As the presentation kind of flowed, Johnson sort of spoke to those parks and, sort of the work that goes into those and sort of set the stage for, how many hours we spend down there, the types of activities we do maintaining those and those types of things. Some of the recent capital projects that we've done down there, adding the bocce courts, basketball courts, paving the waterfront pathway, Moby Mat, water access, those types of things. So just really re-emphasizing or reminding the group there of, how much time and effort and capital kind of goes into making those really like high quality, world-class parks. Then I spoke just a little bit about those user groups that are down there and sort of looking at 2024 and this is for the sports fields, and this is just those folks that, come and book and pay. There's hundreds of other people that just go down there and throw a frisbee around or walk a dog. This is, mostly soccer and softball and those
Councillor
types of
Payne?
groups that are.
Would we be able to understand from their membership or how many people are from Nelson? Like, it'd be interesting to know of this pie. I would assume with the Nelson Soccer Association, there's people within and without Nelson who are playing, so.
Yeah, no, we've had those numbers in the past and yes, they're clearly regionally used.
And that was kind of the intent of this, is that, those folks that participate in Nelson, the youth soccer, everywhere from, Salmo, Caslo and everywhere, right? Same with the baseball folks, and so it's really regional type activities that are down there. Then we just went into the financial, I think this is what the city manager was talking about. So I just laid this out each year. So 2019, we brought in $36,715 in field rental revenue. Those are those groups that I showed you on this pie here. But our operating costs were, $270,000 for labor. We got equipment charges, buying materials for the gardens and the soil and for the seed and planters. There's washroom facilities down there that have utility costs. So the total expenditures on those was $441,492. So the net cost of Lakeside and the playing fields was $404,777. So that regional parks funding that we received from the RTCK that we talked about, that's been $350,010 since 2019. So it's been fixed at that amount. So you can see in 2019, we were short 54,767, but over time, 2020 was a little bit less. That was post-COVID. We kind of scaled back on a few things. You can see we had almost no field rental revenue, but we also made an effort to, we had a 0% tax increase and we tried to scale back on some things. So the deficit there was 40,462. But then from 2021, it's climbed up to 95,000, 100,000, 94, 145. Our projection for 2025 is that we're 150,477 that we're spending over and above that 350,000 that comes back.
So if you add up from 2020 to 2024, that's $540,000 that we should have received an additional, that should have been covered by parks. And, we pay 50%, so we should have net received about 250, 260 back if we would have, if they would have done this on a cost basis instead of just paying us this $350. So clearly it's got to a place where we can't continue to carry this. We have recently increasing costs and it's that fairness that that we created in 2019 has got way out of whack again. And if you flip to the other one where that's showing the contribution to
The next one.
the park service.
This one's just graphically showing what I sort of showed you there before. I can't figure out a great way to make this table work, but I'll try and explain it anyway. So this total parks cost in 2024, $495,444. You see total parks cost here, $494,444. How's that funded? Well, 350,010 is coming from that RDCK contribution. So City of Nelson is kicking in that 145,434. But because we're a part of that service, we pay 52% of that for the residents too. So we actually pay 182,000 of that 350. So the total that the City of Nelson resident pays is 327,439 for that regional park. Does that kind of?
Probably the easiest way to understand this would just be take the per capita and say, this is how much an RDCK resident pays, this is how much a City of Nelson resident pays. Couldn't we do it that way?
Yeah, I mean, the normal structure is with assessed values, right? They have the service.
So it's always by per thousand, so they always argue that we all pay the same.
Which is nonsense.
But we don't though, like in this context, we're paying both as a contribution to S202 and then as a City of Nelson taxpayer as well, so we're paying twice. So if you just took the per thousand, combine those two, And then you'd see that the difference between the
Yeah.
two is pretty
To
dramatic.
illustrate it, yeah.
Yeah, the other thing would be is to not be in the Park Service.
Yeah,
I think
pull out
ultimately-
completely.
And we've had that discussion before and
Oh,
that
do that?
hasn't,
No,
it
they have to
takes,
allow it.
it takes quite some time to
Has
get
to-
out of the Park Service, but when you're paying and only, and then just getting it back, like it's kind of a ridiculous undertaking.
When we first did this in 2019, we're almost swapping checks back and forth.
Yeah.
But now,
But now it's
when
getting
we
to be,
flip to what's happened in parks on the rural side, you'll see.
The argument that the RDCK, the directors always make is that we over-maintain our parks.
Let us maintain our parks.
Yeah,
You
no,
go-
no,
yeah, so then
that's-
let us out and
I
we'll
was
just maintain our parks.
Just adding some more context, like
Yeah,
that's what
yeah,
they say,
okay,
well, you
thanks.
don't have to spend that much money.
Well,
And so the response to that is, you're right, well, okay, well, let us out of parks and we'll be
Well,
good.
and so now this helps to that point. Actually, if I just go back, you know, the annual, if you work out the annual increase to our parks funding over here, it's around that 4 or 5%. So it's not like we're dumping a bunch of money into there. We've kept the cost increases pretty reasonable. If you look at sort of the whole S202 and break out sort of the Salmo and Nelson parks from rural parks, you can see over that same period that you know, the percentage of the funding between rural and Nelson parks, or Salmo and Nelson parks, it was 43% for Nelson and Salmo parks in 2019 and 57% for rural parks. Then you go forward to 2024, 71% of that is going to rural parks,
Uh-huh.
29% to Nelson
So
and
that's
Salmo
the
parks.
response.
Yeah.
It's like,
Well,
we got into this together, we were paying this, and now we're paying relatively so much less, so that's a
Well, and
non-
Salmo would like to be out of the parks
Yeah,
system as well.
okay.
So yeah, so we're paying a 1.1 million more and they're paying 0 more
Yeah.
for city parks.
Yeah, there you go.
That doesn't seem equitable.
No, it does not.
And they're not willing to even put this on the table.
But couldn't our director put it on the table?
Yes, should, yeah.
Okay.
I think the direction or we heard back was, yes, there does seem to be something amiss here, something not equitable. Let's put this back to staff to do some more research and, you know, we'll use 2025 as a year to figure it out. Although I think we did figure it out. And I was sort of hoping for something a bit more immediate, but.
Yeah.
And they, to be clear, they do have a resolution from that commission, I can pull up here, that does refer to not putting an amount of money into reserves from prior year surplus. So the way that they budget is a bit different than us. But they had, you know, the prior year, they didn't spend everything that they had anticipated to. And then they were going to put a portion of that, from what I understand, a portion of that into reserves. And they said, directed staff to keep like $42,000 out, or remove that from the amount that was to be put into reserves for any potential use. I think with the intent of maybe adding that perhaps to lessen the overall budget, which means that we might realize 52% of that. So 20-some thousand dollars. I don't think that they'd, you know, it didn't sound to us as though that would be like a check cut directly to the city for $42,000, because you know, of course, we're looking for 52% of that is, you know, whatever, 78,000 or something, right? So they did put something in there, and Councillor Page is really the one to speak to. CFO and I, it was a long meeting. We were at the front end and we left before the end. And so Councillor Page would be the one that would be able to enlighten what the theory was behind that. Because I think, you know, based on CFO's understanding and mine, it is that really their intent is to, you know, maybe give us a gesture in the 20-some odd thousand dollars perhaps. But, you know, in the grand scheme of things, say, let's talk about that. They directed staff to come up with a strategy to address this concern for 2026 budget.
Yeah, and then that's, and to me, that's just
Yeah.
a one-off, here's some money now, maybe you'll stop talking about this for
Yeah.
a few years, and I don't think that's satisfactory, and I think that really, that it was previously, the mandate that I was given by the previous council when I sat on the RD was to continue to work to, try to come out of, parks. And we haven't as a council really said that's a direction that we would like to go in, but that was what I went there with, and that doesn't seem to be what's still at the table as Nelson's position.
Got it.
So
Well,
yeah, so
We should discuss it.
we're short about, you know, like I said, our costs that haven't been covered are over 500,000 over those 5 years. City taxpayers have contributed, you know, over $1 million the other way, or half of it, I guess. And they're offering us $20,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we've just taken on Rosebud Lake within that service, and now I realize that some of that transfer came from Conservation Fund, but it is now the responsibility of Park Service to be looking after it, and if there was to be any upgrades or whatever, and that's what happens, is that with parks, even the rural ones where you can let the grass grow tall or whatever, you know, they still want garbage cans that still need to be emptied, and maybe they still wanna have a Johnny Lou lawn drop, and that still has to be emptied and managed. And with this, we've also taken on a dike within this service, which I think increases the risk to us on a go forward basis. I don't know, just there are some curiosities there. There are some parts of the Parks Service that we have to potentially stay in until they're covered off. So we're in for the amount for the purchase of the additional land around Cottonwood Lake that has to be finished being paid. And then potentially a contribution to the Great Canadian Trail or whatever its name is these days. But those would be obviously negotiated as fixed cost. And whether or not it's a whole different service that gets, like, I mean, we're out and then, but we just pay like, here's your $10,000 every year, have at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think there's a potential number of things. One, like if you look at this here, I know it's small, but the parks in 2024 is 1.3 million. It started at 893. So that's, 400, 350 higher. So one thing could say, why are we spending money on all these rural parks? You need to, reduce those budgets and contribute to city parks. You have plenty of money within your budget to do that and make the cuts, because in effect you made the cuts to our park and not considered for all the parks. So look at your budget and reduce elsewhere so that you can contribute fairly to Lakeside. Because if it was in the rural area, they would be contributing, or right, if it was in that service directly, they would have had to contribute to it. So why aren't you looking at our costs? And as the mayor said, maybe that agree to accept that amount this year on the condition that that they allow us to withdraw next year from the Park Service.
And I think that, another level to consider in that whole conversation is, how far down the road to, so as CAO mentioned, if it's their parks and they increase the cost, they directly go into the budget. You can't increase the cost without the budget increasing. But that also means that budget gets approved at that table.
Yeah.
So we also want to be cognizant of leaning too far into that. We don't necessarily want, to say, well, let's include Lakeside playing fields as part of that, right? So just be cognizant of that maybe, there are options that, allow us to continue to manage our assets, how we want to manage them. And then, we look for a contribution. If we can find a fair way to a contribution, then, we carry on. But if it's, we're having a tough time finding a way to that contribution, then what's the value, right? And that's probably the decision.
Yeah, and I would say, how many years did it take us to get to this
Yeah,
350? And this wasn't even the number that was on the table, so this was, I was at the table when this number came to Parks, the 350 in 2019. And I think based on calculations using, I hate to reference this document, but the master plan, which was one of the mistakes of the recreation master plan, was it sort of covered recreation and parks. So it's all kind of commingled in that 2012 plan. Is I think we went to the table looking for something more in the $600,000 range. So this number was like half of what we had calculated would be an equitable distribution of taxation money. So this 350 when it started wasn't like a bonus. It was already behind what we were looking at 2019, what the amount should be to keep it fair.
Mayor?
Councillor Woodward.
I'm just cognizant of time.
Yeah.
We're over an hour what we originally said. So I'm wondering, do you think we'll be done by 2?
Do you have what other slides do you have there, Chris? I mean, yeah, parks is, I think these regional district ones, so you can see where, I guess in my mind, it's just a cautionary tale in terms of thinking that we're gonna that 2025 is gonna be the year that the RDCK comes to the table to address any of our concerns in a really substantive way. Like $20,000, if we were to get $20,000, say for parks, that's a 0.07. How much does $20,000 buy us?
so this budget is based on,
Yeah, 0.17, like it's, you know what I mean, it's,
this budget is based on getting 72,000. So that's, yeah.
but
That's another
from parks or
Yeah.
just from?
from parks. So the 42,000,
If 42,000 comes, I know, our RDCK taxes go up by 20, but 42,000 goes to the city budget, then, we're still short, and I know there's some conversations about how we can bridge that gap that's still ongoing, but.
so there was also some discussion of potential using community works funds or something to give a one-off for us this year, but we're counting.
In what area?
For the RDCK to use?
Use their community works funds to, fund our parks.
Oh, there, yeah. Okay, sorry.
So that's what Councillor Page is.
Well, it's interesting that community works funds are being contemplated to reduce the 12% increase that's on the table now for the NDCC, with the expectation that we would use our community works fund as well as area F and defined area E to reduce that 12% to some other number. So I don't know how much volunteering we're doing at these tables to spend our community works money. Anyhow, just out there, because on Tuesday I'll be going to recreation again, where we are having the recreation budget meeting, but at this point, as of this week's meeting, it's 12%. So we think you're confident, Chris, in terms of this fire discussion, that as I look here at 68,000, you see that adjustment coming through more than
Yeah.
likely.
The last sort of document shared between myself and the CFO over there, our numbers were aligned for 2025. So I think we can, they haven't passed a budget yet, but what's on the table is.
Yeah, okay. And we're.
I don't know if I'm confident, but I have some comfort that at least it's on the table.
I would think that fire, because it's such an important part of their individual residents' insurance, that I'm sure that one would hope one could be confident in that number. The 72 is,
This 42 thousand surplus that they've
Yeah.
indicated they would give us a token increase.
Kind of
Okay.
short.
And remember, this is on
So
our
we're short
books.
30,000 there.
And there's some there's some conversations going on maybe to bring in 50, which would then cover that off. So, you know, if that comes in, then I think this works. If it doesn't, then we're short 30.
Okay, and then we've got, and recycling, the ongoing issue there, we're not at any point, particularly for this year, in terms
Well, I
of
think we
the
have to bring it-
100,000 that,
I think we need to, what's happening as far as I understand that waste and resource recovery is they're closing these other depots. And unless that money comes to Nelson for this shortfall here, it's gonna be absorbed elsewhere. So those savings they're making from these other, closing these depots, and that traffic's coming here, a lot of it is, so we're gonna be in a worse situation, and this is a good example where the city has gone ahead and for 9 years now overpaid to a tune of probably $1 million on recycling. And at some point, they need to get addressed here. So you don't,
but we haven't,
we haven't counted.
we haven't counted anything in here, so that would be, if we got something, that would just be,
Well, that would reduce what we're paying in regional district
Yeah.
taxes and resource recovery. But that needs to be on there.
Put it on there as a, so it's on the radar for everybody to know that that's something that's important.
yeah, but we haven't tried to use that as an amount that's coming in that's reducing our budget at this point, because,
No, the saving will be on the RD taxes.
Councillor Payne.
So should we be removing those amounts to get to a more
No, I think you go out to,
generous?
I think you go out to the public. In fact, I would go to the public with the full amount and say it was in this range, that the rural area pays their share. And get, the public needs to know that we're not receiving the fair share of that taxation. And in the end, if you have to have a higher tax increase because they're not willing to fund it, then you can explain that.
Okay. Yeah.
And that 72,000 is sort of our share of that 150, right? If you look at, we paid a 52% of that, so
That's not how it
that's
would
their
show on
share,
our
I mean,
book.
that's, yeah. So it's sort of a combination of regional district and our, even though we would get, if we got the whole 150, then, it's really just 72 because we're paying the
Right.
rural portion.
On our tax bill at the end, our RD taxes would go up.
Right.
And our city taxes would, our RD taxes would go up 75 and our city taxes would go down 150.
Yeah.
So the impact.
It's very challenging, shall we say, in terms of,
And this does not include any capital investment the city's made in those parks.
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
So there's some risk there of putting that number in there
mhm,
on a, presumptive basis that, probably 42 is more assured than the remaining 30. So yes, there's some risk.
so the sort of the reduction in overall taxation there might be a little bit high. It could look more like 4.9 as opposed to 5.19 or something like that, so.
Like I said, I think going out with this is the fair amount that should come, and if that increased tax is higher, doesn't pay it, then you can show that.
Yeah, makes sense.
So the only reason, cause this is a line item here to try to get down to where we're trying to get down to. Felt it was important to, make sure you're aware of it. Okay, we're back to the sheet.
Okay, so then Councillor Woodward,
Right.
your
So-
turn.
Okay, so this is a supplementary.
Sure.
Okay. So I just wanna say thank you to staff and CFO and deputy CFO for putting this all together. I know this has been a big tough year. I would just say very similar to what Councilor Panero and Councilor Tate said about the about these three items, the supplementary or the social development coordinator, I think we could probably do in-house, so I feel like it's basically a 1% tax increase for this position. And we're already right up against the wall in terms of tax increases, so I go with what they have already said, that I think we can use this internally. The Sioux Big Oil piece, I agree with what they had said, which feels very kind of a big scattershot of whether or not we would actually get any return on that kind of investment. And so I'm not in favor of that. I'll just leave it there. And then with the conservation program, I think it's a very interesting idea and model. I am quite concerned at the parcel tax piece, the ongoing forever parcel tax piece. I do feel like that is the public should get they should get a say on that. It's $15 is an additional tax, which already very challenging here. But I also did appreciate what the mayor said in terms of like, could we do it more made in Nelson, where we actually do put some money aside and just tackle conservation pieces within Nelson directly, rather than going through kind of a third party. And filling up a reserve fund to do that, much like the housing fund, we fill it up and we use it for $10,000 or $20,000 at a time.
So Councillor Woodward, one suggestion that I had for that is, we do have some of these obscure sort of reserves and stuff.
Insurance reserve.
Yeah, so we could, to me, find one of those and say, whatever the value or what's in there, here, just turn it into a conservation fund that you could draw, as opposed to trying to, create another reserve and tax for another reserve. So
I really think it's with what the group is trying to do on Cottonwood Creek, I think it's these are great local initiatives, and it would be wonderful to have a fund that we controlled and that we could just tackle one or two a year or something, or a larger one over a couple of years. So that's
be eligible for ready grants and stuff as well, right?
Yeah. So on those three items, that's where I stand.
And then you gotta come down then to, the other one was
Community safety.
community safety officer is an unfunded position currently.
Yeah, so I mean, I think what our current community safety officer does is great work. I would say there's more of an affordable piece with the community safety officer than a full police officer. And it feels like one of the things that the community isn't asking is more boots on the ground, more eyes and ears out in the public. And I think the community safety officer kind of is that. I mean, they're basically a beat, not a beat cop, but a beat person, walking around, being seen. So I think it's a pretty excellent program. I do feel like we have given the police department the funding they need, but it's been very challenging, of course, on their end. So I would definitely be in support of another community officer position, as long as we can also make sure that we are properly staffing our police department. So I think it's
So just to be clear, I just wanted, because I heard you say another, this is the community safety
the
officer.
one we have, right? Yes, I would say continue to support that. The one challenge is that if we really, what we need is a full police officer, then I think that's probably more critical than a community safety officer, but it would be great to have them working in tandem. And I think, from the success of what she's
done this last year and the way that our social service groups work to help out, you know, it's like, and with her in there, it's like a really nice bridge between what they do and what the police do. So yes, I'm very supportive of
So
doing
are
that.
you saying increase their budget to allow that, or saying council's preferences, you have a community safety officer, as CFO said, it's not your decision
No.
of how they spend their budget? They will make that choice whether on a police
I would like
officer
to, I guess my position is I would like to see that position continue. I think it's a good position.
So so what the CAO was asking is, do you see then we increase the policing budget here, or do they need to work with so we've approved, if you go over, we've approved 4.33. Within that 4.33, are you asking them to then, they have to figure out how to get the community safety officer in, which I'm looking at is a 0.80, like, or are you looking at saying that the police overall budget should be 5% increase?
So you're basically asking me whether to have a community safety officer or another full police officer.
No, I'm asking you where you see so right now, we've kind of all agreed that 4.33 is the increase for police budget. However they wanna so here's your money.
Yeah.
And so the CSO currently is not in that
Budget.
pot. Are you saying we really value that service now, trying to figure out how you, within the 4.33, you pay for the CSO, or are you contemplating that we should be increasing, say, to 5% their budget and then saying to them, now figure out how to put the CSO in?
Well, it's super challenging. I think it's
I realize it's challenging, but I mean, that's kind of the question. I mean, you
Yeah.
could say, put it up to 3.75, keep the CSO, and then figure out of that. I mean, that's not the exact amount that it costs for a CSO, but like, there's all kinds of permutations, like, but, so you like the program. I just while you're thinking about it, contemplate it for a minute, I just wanna say, cause, Councillor Pinero sort of thought that there is no beat officer, and I just wanna assure you that the beat officer is still
Yes.
out there and working. We all know Sean Zakowski, who's loved and admired by our unhoused and social service sector. He's just got a way about himself. He unfortunately is off because he's required some surgery. So, but he'll be back on, and in the meantime, we have a returning officer, Constable the Blue, is that her name? Anyways, a female officer who's on a graduated return to work, who is on the beat and is also familiar with many of the members of, because she has done that work in the past and really enjoys that work. So we still have a beat officer. I don't want it out there kind of like that there's nobody working the quote unquote beat.
Well, I mean, I guess if push comes to shove, if I'm not against the wall and I have to make a decision, I would rather than have a full police officer rather than a CSO, because I feel like the community is calling out for more boots on the ground. And although I really think the CSO position is a great position, but at the end of the day, if that is the calculation, then I would say, yes, I would prefer having another full police officer.
Okay. So again, you're supporting the plan that we have here, because we actually haven't necessarily added a police officer in this. We're still at the 2024 level.
Well, we've given them the capacity
They can
to-
continue to add officers, but if you notice in that blue box on the right there, 2 additional officers in the current 8.1 budget is 0.
But they would be able to hire those 2
But they could
additional
hire.
officers because they have vacancies that
Yeah.
would offset that cost. That's how we've
But is this basically like a binary issue here? It's like you either have a CSO or you don't?
No, you
No.
can have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah.
And
Just more
that is,
taxes.
yeah, and so you're placing your importance on the police officer, which I think the
Yes.
mayor was trying to ascertain, which we think means yes, you agree to this 4.33 that's here, and that we give them a budget, they can hire their new police officers with that based on the vacancies, or the existing vacancies and not spending that. If you feel, and so one of the options was, okay, we could just say that's how much,
That's it.
4.33, no matter what. Hire, continue your CSO if you wish out of that, or hire 2 police officers, probably can't afford both, right? But if you're saying, I agree with the 2 police officers that they'll make work in this 4.33% budget. And I really like the CSO, then you would add that 0.8 onto that 4.33.
Yes, then I would say yes, the 0.8. I know that's an increase, but I really think her job is a bridge.
Right. And my only option to you was there is that we could say, okay, we're actually just gonna give you
5%.
5 point,
Okay.
like
5.0.
like or 5.0 or 4.9, and you're just gonna have to figure out
Okay.
Nobody
where
else.
you use some overtime then to finish off her
Then I
salary.
would say yes, I would feel comfortable.
Okay.
Yes, and
Sorry, I didn't mean to make it
No, I know.
convoluted, but
I,
so the potential there is the potential there would be a maximum of 5.
yes.
And one of the things is that we're gonna do this year, right, when we go to the public, I just wanna make sure in terms of public presentation of this, we are going to break down the increases based on city, police.
Just like this.
Yeah, okay, so people will see the,
Yes.
perfect.
Okay, so that's where I stand.
Because there's a lot of people that wanna have more policing, and I mean, it's reflected then in the graph, right? Okay,
The other piece that's still on the table is that very last bar on that sheet there of, fixing that multiple and having more of that taxation increase to the business as opposed to the residential. That difference, I think if you add in what we just talked about with the CSO, I think you're pretty much at a residential increase of 8.1. And your business goes up to 11.5. So the business is basically taking on that CSO cost.
Mhm.
So you could frame it that way, is that, that additional resource of the
and
CSO.
they love it.
Yeah.
I mean, they love it, and we don't have a downtown business association or whatever that might be paying to actually
And the
be funding a
eyeball,
position like that.
the eyeballs we need and the boots on the ground we need is really in this downtown core block. So, yeah, I think that's
Chris, you've been invited to present at the chamber, right?
Yeah.
So you should get some feedback on that.
Maybe bring a couple police officers with you.
And the CSO.
And this is- So thank you, that's where I stand. Thank you.
Okay. Leslie?
I'm gonna start going backwards,
Okay.
just to sum it up, I would say I think the CSO program came in a way that I wasn't fully supportive of how that maneuver happened. But now with the current individual in place, I see an incredible value in our community as being, I think she said, sort of a less policey presence. Very valuable, but I mean, I don't wanna cut hairs or anything, but if we just gave them a 0.4% for that and asked them to find the money out of it, so not give them the full thing, that would be my recommendation. So that would be one way where we could just say, yeah, there's value in it. We know that position is fulfilling other services, doing the paperwork, the fingerprinting and all those other things she discussed
Mhm.
that are policing work. So that position is alleviating work that is being done by police officers. So if we got them part of the way there, then I feel that they could utilize their budget to take that to the next step. I'll go to the next thing. I also know that in Penticton, the community safety officers work hand in glove with the social development coordinator that they have. And going on to that one, I'm just gonna read briefly from the City of Cranbrook website, where it says it's been just over a year since the City of Cranbrook, in collaboration with the RDEK, hired a social development coordinator as a vital communication bridge between local governance, service providers, and the community. So I'm finding a lot of discussion that we're having about this position. And the other thing that in conversation I've come to is what Councillor Lochtenberg brought up the last time. This is a piece of our resilience as a community. So if we called it a social resilience coordinator, I think that would be more indicative of the fact that we're not just looking at street culture here. We're looking at the entire community, whether you're looking at seniors who are having challenges around isolation, or youth that are, challenged finding the way. We know that substance abuse levels are increasing. This is a coverage of all of those things. The foray into the soft services of social services and community well-being was a response to community requests, clearly articulating that citizens resoundingly identified social challenges and housing affordability as the highest priorities to resolve. I believe we have heard the same thing. If you want to call it scope creep, thank you. We creeped last year anyways, and the year before. We have, certain offenders causing a majority of the police calls. We know that, so that's taxing our police. We have a certain population that is also, I think, tripling the number of times that our fire engine goes out and the number of times we hear the sirens running through town. And we had an incredible number of staff hours last year working on the encampment out in front and the other encampments. So we are already doing the work. This would be an investment in that coordination and communication. So to me, and I don't know if anyone else had the opportunity to speak to anyone in Cranbrook or the RDEK, also Penticton is the other one that I've been in touch with. They're really, it's an investment in saving money, reducing that stress on protective services and our internal staff. So it doesn't sound like it's a well understood concept. I'm sorry that it wasn't communicated in a way that made it seem like, again, we could be a, sort of a leader. We'd be following Cranbrook and many other communities in the province who do see this as a way to not tax their own services by bringing this in. And I just go back to working on the Cultural Development Committee. I sit there every month and I watch Joy Barrett, the Cultural Development Officer, work with all of those professionals around the table. She's not telling them what their job is. She's not trying to minimize their expertise in doing exactly what they need to do, but she's making sure that everyone's connected and working with the similar vision and communicating it right into the city so that some of those actions can be taken, some of the grants can be acquired to, minimize costs to make our city the incredible cultural center that it is. So I am strongly in favor of that. I think a project like this does need to be 3 years to have a true pilot. I don't think it needs to be a full-time city employee. I think you can hire a contract at 0.75. And in 3 years, we would know if we had indeed saved money, like every other community that I have been in touch with is reporting the results.
Could I ask you a question,
Yes.
Councillor Payne? Could you tell me how this person reduces calls to police or to fire in an emergency? Could you tell me how that works?
Yeah, okay, well, let's think of
Cause I keep hearing this from people that.
Yeah.
It was in the presentation about how we were gonna reduce all these calls, and I'm not too sure at 3:00 in the morning, that there's somebody else that we call. I just need you to explain that to me.
Yeah, well, if you strengthen the social fabric, if you strengthen the web of connections, then people aren't always calling the police. Like, I'm presuming that you have the number for street outreach on your phone.
No, actually, I don't keep it
Yeah.
on my phone, but
So
it's
that's,
there, I
yeah.
mean,
so that's an interesting example. If we had someone, if that was a city-led initiative, that more private citizens understood who to call when. I was driving down the street the other day and I did see someone in distress. I couldn't stop, so I called street outreach. I didn't have to call the police because I know street outreach exists. So that's one. I think the other thing is we know that the police officers are going to the hospital with individuals that they pick up after a call to go out. If they were able to reach other services in the city or they were called first, that time would not be utilized. They could reach into IH as well. And it's also a program that IH is supporting and in favor of in other communities.
so you are aware that police now have an app that they will be starting to use. It's a direct link to the hospital, so police can actually do some work before they take somebody to the hospital. So that's a rollout, and that hopefully we can have them come in and give us some statistics on how that works when that starts to roll out. So in terms of that time, and there's just some other legal things that happen about taking somebody to the hospital that keeps them there in terms of they have to stay with the person until such time as a doctor takes over the care of that person, and that we do have mental health. There is funding there, and we do have someone in the mental health building that's a social worker that does work with police to help to mitigate calls on the go. So just maybe a couple things that you're not aware of, but you are on,
There's
you
a
do
lot of
attend all
things
of the
that I'm not
social
aware of.
service, you do attend all the social service meetings.
What?
Yeah.
A social service coordinator would help you become aware of all those things.
That's and not just me who has this depth of going to all these meetings, but just every citizen in town, when you see something, having a better understanding by having that being even part of the city's communication plan. And I don't have the, specifics. I've been on the webinars, I've talked to these individuals, but without having, those conversations, I don't think this body can make a valid decisions. And it sounds like that's not something we've done, even though we did put $10,000 aside in last year's budget to do some follow-up on that. It obviously was not prioritized in the work. So
May I ask a question of Councillor Payne?
I wanted, cause I asked her a question, cause I was just
Okay.
confused there for a minute, so I have to allow you, because that was my mistake for interrupting Councillor Payne. I will let you ask a question, Councillor Woodward,
Okay,
sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. My question would be, so Councillor Payne, would you be comfortable then seeing like a 1.1% increase then? Is that what you're saying, that you would like with what we have? I'm just looking here, so. looks
would
like-
I be
It's
comfortable?
1%, it's 1%, it's 0.96.
So yeah, we'd be like, we'd be then?
It's 0.96, it's
It'd
1%.
be like, instead of 8.1?
Well, if we went to a 0.75 contract, it would be below 1%, but I'm not gonna quibble on that. I think there's many ways to get there.
Right.
And I guess the clarity that I always try and look at is, what's the objective that we're trying to reach? So what we're hearing from the citizenry is they don't always feel safe. So there's more than policing as a vehicle to make our community safer and more resilient. And this is one of the new tools that other communities are using, working very closely with bylaw, community safety officers, policing, fire, our internal departments as well as the social services.
Thank you.
So yes, I would be comfortable with that.
And so, keep going. So you've done community safety, social development?
I think on the conservation thing, I think it's a great program. I'm surprised that we haven't engaged in it already. I think it's interesting that when we're asked to collaborate with other smaller communities and support around the region, we want to look at something Nelson focused. But when we're looking at certain things in Nelson, we're always going, well, what's the region doing? So I would like to be a good neighbor in this one and trust that the experts at the, can't remember I know Juliet, Conservancy,
Kootenai Conservancy.
Kootenai Conservation Area, that the experts are going to choose the best projects in our region to meet the biodiversity and conservation needs of the community, because we know that those challenges don't stop at the border. The water issues, the fire issues, the air issues, the species issues, they don't stop at the border. So I would like to be a good neighbor and participate in that. I have no objection to putting it out to the citizenry. I think it would be an interesting thing to see. I don't know what percentage is that one, $15, like that's a calculation I couldn't quickly make.
0.61.
Pardon me? 1.61 or 0.61? Yeah. So it would be interesting to see. I would like to understand how far down the line we can look and think of how we want to share in this monumental task that we have of protecting our environment and with our neighbors. Sue Big Oil, it's not even money we have to put up front. I think many other states and organizations around North America, I'm sure outside of the continent as well, I haven't looked that far, are doing something like this. This is, I'm not even, I can't remember if it was Councillor Tate or Councillor Pinheiro who referenced the tobacco industry, but this is an industry. There will be one proponent chosen who has knowingly caused harm. What other vehicle do we have if we don't stand together and say, not okay? You've increased rates of asthma in our children. There's just a whole long list that we've seen. Someone needs to hold them to account. If the federal government is not gonna reduce some of the, take some of those actions, and the provincial government, I think municipalities all over North America are standing up to that. So yes, I would vote for committing to that, which won't even be this year, that we'll have to pay that out to move this project forward. Feel strongly about that one too. And that's it. Did I cover everything?
Yeah, you got the 24.
So as a process, what I would like to see, given strong feelings from some of the council, even though maybe not a majority, is that we do put it forward to the public and gather their feedback and literally put up a poster for each one of these supplementary asks and say, here's the issue, here's the taxed impact, what do you think? So I'd like to see that with all of them. And my suspicion is on the Sue Big Oil, we would get overwhelming support because we're talking about 18 cents per household per month. And that's not even this year. It's so ridiculously small. It's not even a rounding error. And as Councillor Payne so well said, this is 5 major companies that will be making trillions of dollars in profits over the next 2 decades. I'm working in an adaptation now, and when we look at the cost pressures that are coming to municipalities over those same periods, we don't have the tax revenue to support what we have to do. Where is that money gonna come from? It's literally needs to come, the only pool of capital that can match it is in the profits that these oil companies are taking and will continue to take. So there has to be a mechanism to redirect some of that capital back to municipalities. And to me, this is the tiniest investment to achieve that outcome. So yes, 100% we should be doing this. And in terms of like some of the misinformation around this, I think the fossil fuel companies are spreading a lot of misinformation about the Sue Big Oil campaign, because that's what they do. They're very, very good at shading the story and saying, well, you guys all use oil. This is just going to increase the cost on people who can't afford it. That's absolutely ridiculous. Oil prices will not be affected. If anything, it will benefit Canadian oil production, if anything, because Suncor is not one of those companies that will be sued. Suncor did not actively engage in misinformation, as did Saudi Aramco, Exxon, where they were funding to the tune of hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, to misdirect the public and mislead policymakers on what their relatively simple steps they could have taken in the 90s that would have prevented a lot of the consequences we face. This is very much within the realm of Nelson's scope. Kootenay Conservation, come on, $15 a parcel tax. This is like so small compared to the need that we've seen. Like, we've been so far behind our investment in our natural assets in this community. And again, from an adaptation perspective, this is now common knowledge. The best investments we can make in terms of preparing for the coming costs in front of us are in nature. The ROI on nature-based investments are so dramatically greater than gray infrastructure. So unless we kind of get in the habit of thinking about this ecosystem as being a necessary, vital part of our community, and just to invest even a fraction of what we should be, then I think we're really missing the boat on that. So the social development coordinator, I think Councillor Payne said it really well. If we just did a strict down the line on the ROI on this, I think you would see that this pays for itself pretty quickly. In part because I look at the community charter and I look at the Local Government Act and what are our core responsibilities. This is, I believe, not assuming or participating in the download of provincial services on us. This is kind of in the scope of economic development and prosperity. And I love the idea of what we're talking about for the CSA in terms of the business.
CSO.
Or CSO, sorry, CSA. Yeah, let's get into that too.
That's our next
Who's
thing.
that?
Yeah, we need some more. Yeah, get the
Some more
CSA.
veggies on there.
CSO doing the CSA. I think it's kind of in that kind of scope, because when I think about what the social coordinator would have done, given the last couple of years, I think Nelson Neighbors United, Nelson Neighborhood Network,
Yeah.
they emerged directly in response to issues that a social development coordinator would have headed off up front. It was communication, and we hear over and over again, what we're lacking is communication and coordination. And so in absence of that, we get Nelson Neighborhood Network rising up, and we get other things like that popping up. And I think the community, when I do a pulse check in the community, whether it be through Facebook or on the street, I hear over and over again how bad we suck at communication and coordination. And I don't blame any of us. This is super hard, super complicated times, right? Like, there's a lot happening. I think you guys are doing a fantastic job, all things considered. But having an additional support who's going to be doing a lot of the stuff you guys are doing. You're being pulled in to join these various committees. You're being pulled in to respond to issues like, somebody reporting and posting on Facebook what's happening down at the bathrooms at Lakeside Park. I think you would have that person. Again, it would depend on that person. You can imagine a really, really good person just delivering so much value across all these fronts. And maybe somebody that's maybe not as suited to the role, not so much. But if you did have a good person, they would be out front in ways that we can't even anticipate yet. A lot of these things that are popping up. And I think that's the evidence you hear, because I did look into it a bit too. These other municipalities are finding, wow, this is kind of taken a burden on our staff, or taken a burden off of our staff in ways we didn't anticipate. So as far as that direct question about tax increase, Super big oil, it's like not even a factor. The parcel tax on conservation, I think it's definite must do. And the social development coordinator, I think we would see yes, the answer is yes, a 1% tax increase for what I think would deliver a lot of return on investment over the long term. But finally, just the last thing is to get this up on posters when people come in and we do our budget meeting, to just say, this is what we're thinking, like, here's the budget, and then here are the 4 supplementary items.
Did you talk
What do you
about the
think?
CSO although yet?
CSO, I'm in support of too.
So you're supportive of all the supplementals?
Yeah. Yeah, and with fully conscious of the tax increases, because I believe each one of those, especially the clever idea about doing the CSO parceling to the business community, because I feel like the CSOs really focused on making sure that our downtown and the business community is well supported, makes sense to me. Social development coordinators similarly too maybe, but
Well,
Yeah.
working closely with
With-
the CSO.
working
that
closely
it's
with the
just a
CSO for
natural.
sure. Yeah. And yeah, and that's fully conscious of the tax hit. But again, getting it up, getting feedback, we might discover like people feel quite differently. In that case, I would be open to compromise.
There's a number of items on the police budget that we said we wouldn't fund.
No, I thought we took care of this.
Yeah,
No, they've asked their budget be increased for additional 2 officers, we're
I-
saying you have to.
I'm in support of staff recommendation.
Okay.
That you guys have said there.
Okay.
This, the CSO part, and I know that we don't have that decision. It's not our decision to make.
I'm not sure they're on,
They would hear it.
although they may hire an officer
So
or
please
records
keep in
clerk or
mind that the
something.
police board did ask for all of what we're not giving
Giving
them,
them. I hear you.
right? They could, just to keep in mind, they could go back to the challenge and say, they didn't do it, now we're gonna take those other steps that
Yeah. No, I
have a
hear you.
full-on review, so.
I hear you, and I think that's a dialogue that we should continue to have, or I guess you as the chair should continue to have with them to
That's the
find.
chair.
I'm not the chair, remember they changed the police
Oh,
act,
right, I forgot about that.
Lena's the chair.
Lena Horsfall's the chair.
Right.
And there was no
Forgot about that.
there was no opposition to the police budget when it was presented at the table
Right,
for the
right.
8.71.
Well, I think maybe we can, Mary, you can have that dialogue with Lena directly or something to communicate it going forward. I'm very conscious of the tax burden, but I am conscious that many of these things are a smart investment for future tax benefits, but broadly, community well-being benefits, which I think is just really essential.
So can I think I'm picking up maybe where you're laying down, but we're talking about how we get out on social media and how we do our public participation piece. We have that social pinpoint software. Could an option be to propose sort of this sort of base level thing, but also ask those questions on, how do you feel about this? And this would be the tax impact. How do you feel about
Yeah.
this? This would be the tax impact, and kind of have that out there, like here's the base level, here's some things that council wants your feedback on, and then be able to bring that back and.
I think that would be great, personally, yeah.
But I think it's more participatory too.
Yeah, I was gonna say
People will
that.
feel engaged in
Yeah.
that, so when those decisions are made.
Yeah, I just worry about when I go to all of these multiple of meetings and opportunities to participate or give feedback, that I always struggle with the fact that we don't hear from everyone. And so do we base our decision based on who we hear from? Like, I mean, yesterday at the OCP, they had about 30 or 35 people. There's 12,000 people that live in Nelson. I would imagine they'll have 30 or 35 people on Tuesday night. There's 12,000 people that live in Nelson.
It's kind of who's organized.
I look at, we have these housing things. The one that was at Fell Street, we saw the neighborhood there was out. We saw the one at Recreation. We saw a large majority of recreation there. I have to congratulate Councillor Payne, made sure that there was a large contingent of the social service sector there. But I mean, the people that were maybe a bit against a proposal were there. but we didn't see from many that were in favor of the proposal. We saw the part of the society that is very favor in term, we saw the ends at when we talked about the Front Street property. So although I appreciate your concept there of sort of autocracy in terms of, you know, everybody writes back in and says, yeah, we have to have that, and then we make the decision based on that. I'm not too
Based on
sure
it, but
how
it's a
that
little bit of
works.
more information. However we do it, just to get a sense of what people think. Keeping in mind, granted, that it's not everybody, but I guess
Right.
that's the problem with public consultation, is you never get everybody,
Right.
and the people who answer are the people who
And
answer.
that's not, but I guess I just don't wanna give people false hope that
Yeah.
that they are then, you know,
I think the way we communicate it is, here's the baseline, this is the budget, and then here are 4 things that we're considering. If we get good support, or if we, you know, get support and further analysis, they may make it in.
Right.
But the default is this, and with them not in it.
Of course,
That's the starting
to be
point.
clear, at the end of the day, we have
Yeah.
to make a vote here,
course.
right, at the end of the day, so.
So,
The
I guess-
risk is, like the mayor says, you get 30 people who really get together and you get the feedback and it sounds like everybody's for
Everyone's-
something, but yeah, you gotta
But
take.
that's kind of our job to
Yes.
parse that out, because
Totally.
right now when I'm on the street or getting emails or whatever, I'm getting people coming to me asking. Like, for example, just my sense is that everybody in Nelson wants to support Sue Big Oil. That's my starting point. It's like absolutely everybody wants to sue Big
yeah,
Oil.
see, and so,
Clearly that's not right.
Yeah.
If we did this, I would hear back and be like, oh, you know what, it turns out it's only a much smaller percentage. But the starting position at this point is that everybody wants it, so we
Yeah.
should do it.
but again, so the thing is that that group has very good advocacy within it. So they would be sure to all make a comment.
Yeah, no, but
Right.
they can't control who else is there. That's the
No, but I mean,
point.
it's always that difficult part about like,
Yeah.
if people don't
It's
think
not
like,
easy.
well, why would we do that? And then,
The support good big
Yeah.
oil group is less active,
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
anyways, I'm sure you probably all wanna have my opinion on these things, maybe, or maybe you
Yes,
don't.
yes, absolutely.
Can't wait,
Either way.
bated breath.
Oh, yeah, sure.
No, and no.
Yeah, no, so I've given this a lot of thought over time, and at this point, I can't support a social development officer, and I have done my due diligence in talking to people that have a social development officer. I had a lovely conversation with the mayor of Cranbrook the other day, and what's an interesting consideration there that again, we don't really want to talk about regional districts, but 85% of the salary of the social development officer in Cranbrook actually is paid by the RD, because they acknowledge at that RD table that Cranbrook does bear a certain amount of the social ills, or whatever we might want to call it, in terms of people that come into Cranbrook, because it is the social service sector area, to get their services. For matter of fact, he told me that 35 of their homeless people actually are Kimberley residents.
Does that come out of general admin? Do you know who funds that?
I don't know how they fund it, but it's coming out of the regional district, so.
No, that makes.
I do feel it's a bit of scope creep. I worry about us getting into healthcare, however we might want to look at this. I see Nelson at its best is hiring a poverty reduction specialist to do some work. I think it'll be interesting to see what work is accomplished there. I think that our agencies do talk to each other. There's a number of people that are at the ENCO table every month. When I talk to some of these other communities that have social development officers, they don't have the depth or experience of our social service sector here that we have in Nelson. So I just would like to see, like, we're gonna hire somebody, Nelson at its best is hiring somebody, like, Nelson at its best. I mean, they were the ones that brought forward this proposal. Now they're going out to hire a poverty reduction person. I think, let's see what happens there. In terms of resiliency, just and I'm sure you're well aware because that's your bailiwick, is that we do have a resiliency coordinator at the RDCK who we fund because we're at that table. So I think some of that work is being covered off. So, and even in talking with the mayor, I said, so tell me what it was that was the real trigger in terms of what's the most successful thing about what you're doing. And so he said, well, I think that we've got these groups together. And I said, you know what? We did that in 2017 when we had the Street Outreach Collaborative. And he said, yeah, I know, and that's our model. Like, we've already done this work that now this social development coordinator, so their social development coordinator is starting where we already have been. So I'm very cautious about like what drove, and it was that there wasn't any things and things got out of hand. And so the mayor decided that he would have a task force. And as a result of the task force, well, we had the Street Outreach Collaborative and we got street outreach workers. We got the fentanyl task force was a spinoff from that the police chief took away from that table, because we did have at that table city, business, and police and protection services and stuff. And so things moved off of that table. Like their group, so their Nelson at its best group is actually folding in Cranbrook because they didn't have a direction to go in. So their SPAN group, which was the original, we've gone from SPAN to another name to Nelson at its best. But it's interesting to see the evolution and then back up far enough. So we have always been leaders here. So I would like to wait some time on this. Doesn't mean that this doesn't come back at some point to a council in the future, but let's see what Nelson at its best poverty reduction person does in terms of, and I did see within their, what they're asking there is for them to develop a framework. And it's interesting that when I read that language, it was a framework that was developed that then drove the Penticton hire. So interesting to see that maybe there's some work being done there that will give us more, that would help us make a better informed decision. Sue Big Oil, I probably don't need to tell you that I'm kind of like, I think that this Sue Big Oil thing is that, you know, I keep hearing like it's not money now, it's money later, it's money whenever, is maybe what happens is that this comes off of a budgetary discussion and then somebody brings a resolution forward that says like, once, like Burnaby, once everybody's on the page, then, you know, come back to us and see. So I've done a lot of reading. So I still think that this kind of initiative needs to be at a provincial level or the federal level. This has been at this table before. I don't know. It was probably the term before you. So Sue Big Oil has come to the city council table. We didn't make a decision about it, so that was during Kozak's, as Jesse's trying to remember if he was here when we did it before. No, it was during Mayor Kozak's term, and we didn't make a decision about it. We thought UBCM should make the decision, like they should take the lead because they represent municipalities. There was no uptake there. So it sort of died on the table here. I do have it's on my desk, if anybody wants to read the report that came at that time. And that was when it was being led by a person that passed away, unfortunately. So Sue Big Oil was a major issue that was going forward. It was getting a lot of press. And then I think one of the key proponents, I think, unfortunately passed away, and then it just sort of sat fallow for a while, and now it's come back into the spotlight. I'm worried about a number of things in terms of how money gets, like, I don't see it fleshed out enough for my liking. Like, how is the money given? Like, if you look at Vermont or New York State, those are state ones where they've gone forward and they have a plan of how money gets dispersed. And I think I'm not seeing that here. I'm concerned that it could be 5 or 6 years before this even gets certified. And so we're putting $12,000 away today that 3 councils from now might have to dig out of the vault. Like, I don't know, I don't mean to make light of it, but it's just like, we are committing money potentially, because you're saying it's not needed right now, to some other, like, I think it needs to come back when it's live. I mean, the discussion is live.
Well, the discussion is live and they need some sort of signal from us that they're in, cause to get that number.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if we just keep saying, well, we'll wait until everybody else goes, and if everybody else says that, then it never goes, because it doesn't have any commitment. I think that's the key thing. You just need to commit.
So, but many of the 10 that they have, like a few have, like Silverton, 389 people have committed the $389
Yeah.
to, yes, you can have it. But I think it's that when you see somebody like Burnaby saying, when you get to your threshold, then we'll be in.
Yeah.
So like on the scale of things, like where would we be? I mean, so don't ask that question. That was kind of rhetorical. Because I know, because you just say we're in. But anyhow, so that's my thoughts about Sue Big Oil, and I have been doing a lot of reading, and some lovely person sent me the thing to say, look at the opioids, 25 billion. And I thought, okay, well, that's really interesting. Oregon, Portland, the Mahoning County is suing for 52 billion. Like, so, like opioids, you got 25, like one city in the United States is suing for 52 billion. And who knows where that goes. And we haven't, and I love the fact too that I was informed that nothing's ever gonna come back to us in terms of costs. Yes, because of the act that protects us from being sued. I don't think the Sue Big Oil campaign is vexatious, so I don't think that we would come back to get sued. But thank you for that information, but I did read how that act works, and of course there would be no court costs if, when they try to get this even certified as a class action suit, which they haven't done yet, because this is what this money is for, as in my understanding, this isn't about suing Big Oil yet. This is about whether or not Sue Big Oil can be a class action suit.
Yeah.
I think we need to be very clear about what this money is for.
Yeah.
Is to test that in the court of law, whether or not it could go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to know that if it fails, that we wouldn't be responsible for court costs.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all that other information that people have sent to me means. So I have looked at it, but I just don't think this is a budgetary item per se.
We sent it to budget though when they made
Yeah,
the
we did.
presentation. That's what's confusing to me. So
Well, but that was the decision of
some money.
that was the decision of the council. I just
it's a recommendation from staff that we send it to council.
Yeah, we
Or to budget.
review it at budget,
Okay.
because it's some budget.
I'm gonna be that 2.5 years in, still not sure what I'm doing, but.
And I would like to see, I would like to see the Kootenai conservation thing go to a referendum.
Can I just say, because it had been raised before about having it go to a referendum. What happened in the East Kootenays, which I think is really instructive, is that they put it in and then they went to referendum to see would you like to keep it. And I think in general, that's a really good approach, because then you have some evidence about what you're voting for or against. If you're just asking people to vote ahead of time, we've got the benefit of a lot of information so we can make an informed decision, whereas the general public will not have that information. But what they did find in the East Kootenays was when they implemented and then they went to referendum, it was well received and understood and then passed quite handily. And so I agree that the voters should have a say, but I think this is a good approach.
So they impose that through taxation
Yeah,
and then ask people if they
and
wanted to
then
pay
did the
it?
referendum afterwards to say, asked if they wanted to keep it. Cause then people had a chance to experience it and then also understand like, oh, this $15 isn't going to some amorphous hole that may fund or not other things. They actually got to see, oh, it funded this project and this project and this project. And once they had that information, they're like, oh, okay, now I understand it, that's really, I wanna keep it.
You'd receive a benefit.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, it passed really well.
So like the city manager referenced a number of surpluses that we have that we don't fund and, we haven't used them since the whole time I've been here. Is there potential that one of these gets allocated to conservation? And then what we're asking for in 2026 is, do you want to create a regular funding source for this
Sure.
surplus? And then, in which case, you have the reserve or whatever it is, you could do something from it, but then the regular funding is something that you're
Can I,
That seems,
just as a.
I mean, that seems
Well, there
fine, but
is
can you give me clarification to the fact that would we then take that reserve and give it to Kootenai Conservation, or would we be using that reserve to do things like the things that we wanna do here?
Yeah, you could do
That's your choice.
a couple of things. What they do is they take 9%. So if you say, hey, we wanna grant out, X number of dollars in this year, you vet all the applications, you tell us which ones you recommend, and here's our parameters, here's kind of what we wanna do. They take 9% and they come back and say, hey, we've read these, our professional opinion is you do this one and this one. And then you fund it with that portion that you've allocated in your budget. So that's their approach. We don't have to do that. We don't have to use them, but that's the service
Okay.
they provide.
And they can secure other funds, it seems like.
yeah,
Oh, so we
exactly.
can
That's-
use them as like a third party, something or other.
Very similar to what Joy Barrett does, I guess.
And that was-
Recommend not flowing it through the ERD, just flow it directly to them.
Right, and part of the rationale, as much as Councillor Payne was saying, and I totally agree that this is a regional issue and this is probably a regional approach. I did have concerns about the percentage that the.
And the RD is keeping a percentage as well.
Because when we compared that to what the percentage that the RDEK
We have to
were
write
in
a check.
East Kootenai was dramatically different.
Yeah.
Like I do like the model of the Affordable Housing Fund where we've been using it lately for exactly what it's for, a group wants to see if they can get going on a housing project. So we give them 5,000 or 10,000, right? Like with the conservation thing, we could have a group that says like the Cottonwood Creek, we're like, okay, well, we'll give you 10,000 to start with out of our fund. And
Yeah.
I guess
Having the expert vetting though, I
The
think
expert vetting, I think, is really key, so could we maybe, because everybody around the table was kind of nonplussed. So, I mean, we had some pretty sound yeses and nos, but in terms of this one, we were kind of all wishy-washy. Could we take this off of here so that this wouldn't, like this $15 wouldn't show up on this, and have a report back from staff as to where some of these little funds are that we haven't spent, so what they look like, and then what this process would look like of using the Kootenai Conservation Alliance to then help us vet for quality programs? Would there be a feel around the table that if we have something, and then if we have success with this, doesn't mean that we don't at some point go back to looking at a parcel tax to stock up
Mhm.
this fund that probably doesn't have a limited bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
Is there any thought that we would do that and get a staff so we could understand the mechanics of it better?
Well, possibly, but Chris and Kevin, are you saying that we have a current reserve that we could switch up? Does that have any money in that reserve?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have a bunch
Small
of,
reserves that aren't used that could be
So
transferred.
it's-
Yeah.
we-
Well, that's, cause I don't wanna start at zero, like.
No, this isn't zero, so what I'm asking you is like, can we move that off, see what we've got in the little,
Yeah.
okay, everybody, take out all the coin out of your pockets and throw it on the table, and that's gonna be where we start.
Yeah,
And Mayor, I just also wanna be really cognizant that we could have these massive tariffs put on us. Like people, I think, are nervous about where we're going and what kind of extra cash they're gonna have. So I just feel like the language around this, like if we were to go out to referendum to say like parcel tax, people are immediately gonna have an emotional response, right? Considering what's happening
Yeah.
in the world right
Yeah.
now. And there's a lot of uncertainty. And if this 25% tariff comes in, people are gonna pull their money in because they're worried about food and bills and all that, right? So I think we have to be very, very cognizant of this current situation that we are in North America, and just be very careful about just adding things to people's tax burden.
yeah, no, I'm very,
I'd like-
very aware,
I mean, I
for
think-
sure.
I think that there's some, I think I sort of feel like, I mean, not everybody's here, but because like Jesse and Kate were kind of like not really knowing how to tackle it or what the options are, I think that we may be at a good option here, and if it turns out that it's not quite what we want, it's not to say that this can't come back for next year, but I think it's safe to say that we could take this parcel tax off now and ask for staff to kind of make a priority to come back, tell us what the pot might look like.
Are you gonna be in, like literally in the couches looking for?
Yeah, we're gonna like start everything out of pockets. What could be there and how we would see this working as us having a relationship with this organization to then utilize their expertise.
Sounds good.
Is there some flavor
Yeah,
for?
as long as we're not starting, as long as that,
No, we was.
Oh, no, there's money. It's not zero. So we don't have to go to taxation to get the start of the money.
Yes.
So
That
and then-
is-
yeah.
if it turns out that we need to have more money, this is one way we could get more money in
we come
the
back.
future.
And then we could say, oh, we found some money, so we already have
Yeah.
10,000 there, so we're looking for a little bit more. So just like I just say, not starting from zero.
Yeah.
Would be good.
So I think I'm gonna put a line through this. I'm gonna put a line through this. I think we found a place that we can be here to accommodate that, because I think we do wanna do this work.
Yes?
We just have to be cautious of the cost. And so that leaves me with, so I was a no, change of plans and
CSO.
community safety officer. Well, you know what, it's, like, I think that she's done, I think, you know, and again, you're not supposed to talk about the person, so I think the community safety officer position has turned out, well, compared to what the potentials were there, and talking about what does your program look like, what is your, I think that we found the program that fits Nelson in terms of how the work is being done. And I particularly value the work with young children and the school program. And I would like to see that enhanced, so like built up a bit more.
But you put me in the spot and said like, you know, if you're gonna have this or this, so.
Yeah, so here, on my this or this is, I am on the, I'm anywhere between the Leslie and staying where they need to be, but I also think that the adjustment going towards the business community, because I think it benefits them a lot. And maybe the trade-off is, yeah, can we do Leslie's 0.5% and then also look at what the business thing adjustment looks like?
Yeah, I think we,
Or half, not 0.5%, but
For,
if you cap the police increase at 5%, for example, is that what you're sort of thinking?
well, I was thinking that if you capped it at, yeah, sure.
Nine.
yeah.
5%. So if you
4.99
Whittling.
sounds better, okay,
Yeah.
retail marketing.
if you cap that at, say, 4.99, sure. Then what's your total? 8.75% is your total, with 7.96% being residential and 11.34% being business, and that difference is sort of that CSO role. So we could use very similar, like we're not focusing on the percentages. I think we'd show this is the dollar increase for residential, this is the dollar increase for business, and the business also includes, you know, a CSO role there. And that's the additional amount that you get with your business taxes, something like that.
Chris, did we show the impact going forward?
We haven't done that yet, yeah. It's probably important that we kind of.
Look at the 10% next year and the 12% the year after that. You have a slide for that?
See that?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
I just popped something up, but you
Yeah,
guys can look
I'll
at it.
get you there.
Because these decisions are not just
Yeah.
this year's
Yeah.
decisions.
And if it looks too costly, I'm quite happy, like I like, kind of like giving them a little bit of increase in their bundle and then them having to figure out how they duke it out.
And, you know, when we look across this, it's not so much the, you know, adding more to a CSO now is not driving that 2026 or 2027 tax increases. What really drives those, if you look across there, is we've got some debt repayment in 2027, in 2028. Those are things like, civic center, fire hall. We have the fire master plan and they're looking to add resources each year, so that's that 2% that you see for the fire line. So those are the things that are, less these kinds of decisions, but I think we have some work to do in 2025 to try and get this to a place that, is manageable. And that debt component is a big component of that.
And is police accounting for the full staffing?
Yeah, so what I've got in there is that, they would just have inflationary wage increases. So that's down here, some opportunities for kind of 2025, also some risks. So the risk is, the police come back and ask for more resources. What I've got in that last slide is just kind of incremental wage type inflationary increases.
But it doesn't,
Yeah.
does it account for these 2 additional officers?
Just that they want to have.
No, so it's accounting for the fact that, there's a good chance we'll never be like at 100%, but there'll always be that portion of, transition, folks off, positions need to be filled.
Right. So 2026 can you go back to
Yeah, you
that?
bet.
So that one could be, like
Could be 9.
police becomes, it could be 9, like it could
Yeah.
be more.
For sure.
But wouldn't it also, a lot of this would depend on what happens, like if these tariffs come in.
Oh, this
Oh,
is-
sure, this is just a guess.
Right,
This is the best guess. This is like,
but things could be completely different in a year.
Yeah.
It could be much worse than this.
yes, because
Who knows, they could be better.
They could
And
be,
they
I'm
could
not
be
saying,
better, yeah.
I'm not saying
Because
it's
I'm just
this
sort of
bad,
thinking like, I just love that finance is so positive about general inflation.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that's not a 2% inflation, that's a 2% tax impact.
Oh, okay, 2% tax increase, okay, thank you, thank you.
And, that assumes that we keep striving for new revenues too, so
Right.
we keep growing our tax base.
Yeah.
If we add, and I talked about this in our meeting yesterday, if you add $30 million of growth, you save 1% in taxation. So we keep, we add these higher density buildings, growth does come with that as a positive, I suppose, is that it does give you some additional taxation revenue. So that's, something to think about for 2025. And we keep looking for these other revenue sources as well.
I always think of growth though as sort of being revenue neutral, because you know what? I build the
Services.
building, and so I build the 6-story building, and I have to have a ladder truck. You know,
Yes.
Yeah.
it's not like I have to have a bigger ladder truck than the one that we're already proposing to buy, but it's just like, I need a ladder truck. If everybody just lived in a house, maybe I only need a pumper truck. You know what I mean? Like, so the cost of, I still have to maintain the infrastructure. I still have to put the sewer lines to the houses, even though it's a shorter distance, because now I've built, the 3 other houses I'm allowed to have on my R1, and I build them all, and so now the sewer line is a little bit shorter than if I was running it, through the farmstead, but it's still,
And we're lucky that,
I just think, so it doesn't cost us anything. I would say just revenue neutral, but in terms of
Yes.
putting a lot of money in the bank, I don't
Yeah.
really ever see that.
Lots.
And the density is better than sprawl,
Oh, for
of
sure.
course, right? Yeah.
Yeah, infill is,
It feels always better,
yeah, we have
because the
the
sewer
road,
pipe is shorter.
we already have the road and we already have the services, et cetera. The main's running down the street.
Yeah.
So we're not putting a whole new main in, but
But do we not as a board here or council, we do have to be reflective of what's happening out on the street and what people can actually afford, and like we really do have to, I think,
at Selkirk College is
That's-
significant.
that's a
impact.
huge hit to our community, so.
Lose a lot of employment, we're going to,
I noticed what we didn't do in this budget season is we weren't like, well, we're up against the wall, so we actually have to cut this. This can't happen. But like, that may come to a point where we just can't afford.
Well, and that's we don't put that out too often about like, what services do you wanna cut, because the last time that I saw a survey done by that, like nobody wanted any services cut, and people wanted to increase services, and so it's like, it's kind of between a rock and a hard place. I'm sure that there's a number of people that would like to see the amount of police officers be 25, right?
Right.
And we're saying no, like we're trying to, I think new programs are tough to bring online no matter what they are. So it is, when I look at when and often Councillor Payne is the one to do this, I'm gonna steal her thunder for a second or two, but you know what? We get a lot of, I think the thing that gets lost is that we provide a lot of services and we provide a lot of quality services, and we should all really be thankful, because I think some communities just aren't as fortunate as we are. But when I look at the cost of the increase, if I look at the annual, when I go down to the top of the boxes there in the gray, $165.99. So if you happen to live in an average house, now I don't, but if you live in an average house, that's 46 cents a day. Like you can't buy I don't know what you buy for 46. What do you buy for 40? Is penny candy? Penny candy's probably 46 cents.
Get something off the table.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot, but you can't make it simplified like that, like, cause it's, because it's all additive, but
Yeah.
for what we're trying to do here, like, when I look at what's in this recommended column, just in the recommended column, I think that's pretty impressive for 46 cents a day.
For sure.
Like, but at the same time, 46 cents could be $1.50 that somebody doesn't have. Like, I mean, it's not just the 46 cents they don't have, but they don't have a whole bunch of other money either, right? So,
And we are,
and that doesn't include the RD tax,
right, and you have hospital tax, you have
school tax, and the RD tax.
RD tax.
Even if we're at like 8, it could still end up being like a 20 or 25% tax for people.
Well, it's not a,
I think
It's not a
what we need to be clear is that everybody around this table is super conscious of the tax and trying to get the tax rate as low as possible. But at the same time, we have to make
The appropriate
investments
services.
into
For sure.
future
Yep.
resilience.
And that's why we can't make it any less than
financial
8.1. At this point, we
Sure.
can't make it less than 8.1.
Yeah, exactly. And there's sometimes we have to make these little things that don't have an immediate return, but we're making a bet that they're down payments on future return in the
7
future.
generations.
Well,
So
and I think in terms
not
of,
all of them will pay off, but some of them will pay off big.
and I think in terms of the things that we have within the right-hand column decided, there is the potential there to save the money, that city money, in terms of services that we must deliver. So like in terms of the what is that person called? The project, the in-house project manager or whatever like that. Whereas being able to get on top of things and get the best cost and whatever, they somewhat pay for themselves in terms efficiency of services that we must deliver.
Yeah.
We must deliver water, sewer, protective services. Those are musts. There's really there's not much wiggle room on the musts, and we risk reputation when we fail to provide the basics.
Yeah. And just to be clear though, the way the discussion is potentially being framed here is that something like the social development coordinator is about like, we're making an investment in something that we can't afford right now. That's not the argument we're making. The argument we're making is that an investment in the social development coordinator is an investment in financial resilience, that we are spending money in all sorts of places unnecessarily, that if we did invest this, we would get a return. You may disagree with it, that you may disagree that that's true or that we're right about that, but the fact is we're not saying, hey, let's just spend money because we wanna spend money. We're saying we believe that if we spend that money, we're gonna get a good return for the taxpayers, and so your tax burden goes down over time.
We and
That's
other
all.
experts in the field.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
so I
you know-
can just tell you from a staff point of view, we don't believe we necessarily need that position.
Right. Right.
Or we
And-
would have put it
Got
on
it,
that.
or you would have put it
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clear cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, and council at this position, at this time, we've kind of heard that it's not
That, yeah,
top
it
of
sounds
the,
like
And the
less than
reasons are,
the
Yes.
minority.
Yeah.
is we think, we wanna see what this housing happens with this housing.
Yeah.
We're already working with Selkirk College on, what those larger solutions are. We do have street outreach, we do have a CSO talking to the chief. He is willing to help, have her directed into sort of being part of this, communication liaison sort of role that, I
We have an
think you're.
emergency management coordinator.
Yeah,
Well,
so
and
we do think
we've got a group that's bringing another social service person on staff as a poverty reduction expert or whatever, so
So
Like
we
it's-
think just let's see what happens with this housing, cause we're seeing a big difference already. We know we're trying to get some changes, cause a lot of that public safety stuff is coming from 3 or 4 individuals. And this social development coordination not changing that aspect of it, right? So
I think
so we do think we have things that are in place and we think you should just let them play out, see where they go. We're working closely with Nelson Cares and outreach to make sure this new housing makes a difference. And we're starting to see that, and that's the biggest, investment, is making sure that's the difference. We're the ones that can influence, whether it's a Hendrick Street Park to make sure it's open and safe. Our bylaw officers, as you heard from Sarah, are meeting with those individuals that are on the street daily, to help them. I think there's still the hub is still working with people, so we have a lot in place that we think you should let play out, and then look at, if it's not successful, then look at maybe investing or, that's the only reason we don't have it on the table.
How do we know that it's not successful? I mean, another encampment in front, or
Well, I
what's the
think,
signal that
you know,
we're not
one of the
successful?
things, it's a good question. One of the things that we've maintained here, and I think that all the experts continue to maintain, is that housing first is really the priority, right?
No question.
So that's just Kevin's point. We now have, the supportive housing that's open and the difference that that's making. And already, the anecdotal information from street outreach is, wow, it's making a big difference, right? And you hear from people in the downtown core, wow, it's making a big difference. As well, there is some actual empirical evidence coming from Trail where, albeit they don't have supportive housing, they have a shelter. They've already seen, so it's a 25-person shelter with pretty tight parameters around it though. You can't, you can stay there all day. If you leave for more than 36 hours, you're out. The sort of all the supports are there that you would see normally at a drop-in. And they've already had 8 people from that, and the shelter's only been open months, and they've had 8 people that have already moved on to find stable housing or back with their families or out of homelessness. So out into the shelter, and 8 out of the 25 have already moved on. So it's a really, positive showing of what could happen when these assets weren't really available before. So, I think that's the biggest thing. It's not that we're saying, this isn't, but let's wait and all this work has been happening over the number of years. Let's wait and see the fruit that it bears. So I hear you saying, well, how do we know that it's, bearing the appropriate amount of fruit? Yeah, I think that will be it should be pretty obvious here. One of the things that street outreach has sort of warned is that understand, it's gotten so much better out there, but the people that aren't going in there, there's 6 of them, that just have really complex issues, and they are going to they'll be more obvious now because they're going to be sort of the only folks that are left out there, right? So that's going to be a challenge that we'll see. But I think the sheer volume out there would be a big difference that we'll see, and hopefully in calls, if those calls are all going to the same 6 people, I mean, I'm not sure that the coordinator position would necessarily support that, short of, trying to get some complex care set up here, which we certainly advocate for regularly. But, I think it is at an interesting time. Had we not had all of this progress made in the last sort of 12 months, it would be a different story, I think, from staff, but we have made a lot of progress on this file. Let's see how that plays out.
And the reality is, it was the city of Nelson that got that temporary housing built there. Ultimately, it was, we had this challenge here. We knew we needed to have housing for it. That was a big portion of helping solve what we saw out here this summer. And it, rightly or wrongly, positions matter. We can sit down with the heads of, as council, as mayor, as staff, with the minister, with the deputy minister, with our MLA, with the head of IH. I was at, on that meeting that we had with on bridge and rural homelessness or the next step of it, like you heard from the, the staff person in IH saying, geez, yeah, it'd be great if we had this, I can maybe influence some of my people up the chain. Well, I can go to Land Best. I don't have to go through 20 people to try to influence it. I think the mayor shared that in healthcare. When you're in the system, there's a whole thing. So having someone at that level doesn't have that same access to the decision makers. And if you don't have access to the decision makers, you can come up with all sorts of great ways, but you really need, the people that can make those decisions. You need them at the table, and I think, that temporary housing showed that. Council had supported it against some pushback to allow that to happen, and we worked closely with BC Housing. We pushed them every call to say, you need to get this housing built. They did that in 4 or 5 months. Trail took 2 years. So I think definitely helpful, but ultimately it still needs people in our roles to push the right buttons at the right places to make it happen. I think we're well aware of the challenges, but I think got lots of things in place. So we're not, yes, it does impact all our roles, but I think we're still gonna be doing that anyway, because we need to be at those tables to make these things happen, because they don't happen, when cultural development has a challenge, they ask me to go meet with Johnny Strelayev, because they can't get to that table.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing I'm hearing is that the scope that we're talking about is very narrow. And I see this position as a wider scope.
Yeah.
I think we are gonna run into many interesting scenarios as we have a significant number of our population head over that retirement threshold. And I know I'm sure you're talking to education system as well. The challenges that we're seeing in the preschool, not to mention elementary and high school, these are things that we've never seen before. And that also is gonna affect the resiliency of our community.
I imagine you sit at Nelson at the best table?
Pardon
I
me?
imagine that you attend the Nelson at its best table?
Regularly.
Okay, well, I'm just sort of thinking that when I hear, you talk about the elementary school, and I'm thinking that you're talking about, poverty and the chance of more seniors going into poverty. I'm looking forward to, no doubt that we will hear a report, as that job comes online and they do some work that we'll be able to invite them to council to report on their findings and their activities in the time that they're doing that work as the poverty reduction person that Nelson at his best is hiring. And Nelson at his best is connected to most of the
It's a
tables.
short-term project. I mean, they have $30,000. It's not.
Which again, we'll see the effectiveness of this. I think our focus, rightly or wrongly, is that whole challenge with homelessness and the street population. That's what's front and center. And I think that is probably the right place to be right now, and you're right. Maybe we need to
It's
relook
the
at
current
this.
hemorrhage.
Yeah, we may need to look at this down the road when maybe we get that settled, and then you can have a broader look at, is there other aspects that we wanna get into, and it's challenging for local government because really it was never meant to be local governments that is working with the school, just, the school district or preschoolers and seniors, et cetera. We provide services for them. We have parks and we have support senior centers and we have recreation, and those were always supposed to be our contributions to that sort of ecosystem, and others were supposed to work with them, and when those things fail, I agree, they sort of end up on our plate right or wrong.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and don't get started on that, because I can tell you recreation would really love to have a recreation officer, a recreation coordinator,
For doing all that stuff.
and there's some sectors that would like to have city economic development, although I keep telling them that we have a partnership with that. Yeah, but I mean, we have other partnerships, like we have partnerships with people in healthcare as well, so I mean, like, we have these partnerships, but it's amazing how you start, and it's like, but we need a recreation development person, like we want a recreation person embedded in the city of Nelson to fix recreation. It's just like it's lovely, all those thoughts, but again, it's just something that like we can't have everything, right?
So just,
Yeah,
so we're clear, or what do we,
Can I just, there's,
Get going or?
clarify what I'm hearing? So for the purpose, this will just take 2 seconds, I got
Okay.
5 things that I wrote down here, I just wanna clarify that I'm on the right page here. I'm increasing the Nelson Police funding to 4.99%, which in effect is an 8.75% total increase across the board, but I'm keeping that multiple fixed between the business and the residential. So your residential increase is a 7.96 and the business is 11.34, but again, I'm gonna focus just on the numbers, we're not throwing out percentages, that gets confusing. Here's the dollar amount for residential, here's the dollar amount for business, and your business includes this effectively a funding for a CSO position inside of that. And we will report back at a subsequent date on here's some money that we can carve out for a conservation fund. And then we can propose something for a future year, bringing it to the public if they wanna regularly fund this going forward, but we'll have some money that we could spend from, subject to however we wanna do that, using the conservation folks to help us kind of work through that or on our own, however. Is that
so what about the one is the social development officer?
Yeah.
Is there still an appetite to take that out and get some more public feedback on it, or people that's the one we probably are still up in the air on. Or I just shared why we didn't recommend it as staff, but that's ultimately up to you folks to get more input from the public, or you're satisfied
I
to.
think you
I
heard
think
from Leslie and I.
Yeah, and
so it's-
there isn't support at this time around the table for it, so that's the.
I don't know where to go. I mean,
Yeah.
Nelson at its best came in, the expertise of decades in the field and gave us their recommendations. So if that wasn't sufficient for staff to understand and gave us all they're going to the RD on the 20th.
Oh, that's good. Well, maybe the RD will.
But they listened to what we said.
Yeah.
So.
So hopefully there'll be some uptick perhaps at the RD table, but I mean, I just, from listening to, I don't see the support at this time to go forward. I mean, whether or not this is a good project at some other time, but I think there's other things in the community that are going on, and I think that whether it's a short-term contract or not, maybe it will become something longer, but I think that poverty piece, it'll be interesting to see what that is, cause that's a bit of a different piece than the homeless piece, cause
It's not the same thing.
so I see that that's going to
They've been doing that for
be able to give us some more information.
There are more poor people. We're leaving more people behind. I think that's the information we're getting.
Well then, if we already,
I think
that we need to see what they're gonna bring forward. Otherwise, if we already knew that we were leaving everybody behind, there wouldn't be a need for them to be trying to.
They're
hire
measuring
this-
how many,
yeah.
how fast it's happening, but I don't think that's not news, is it? That we're leaving more people behind, our society is becoming less equitable and
Well, I don't know, if
people
we
can't
keep it,
keep
if we just bring it back to what happened, there was 1, 2, 3,
No,
4.
I'm not.
There's two that were for and the rest weren't, so I think normally as council works, then we move on, right, to other things. So,
Hacking it up.
As far as that leaves big oil.
Yeah, big oil.
Well, I think that one, as the mayor suggests, I don't think it's necessarily a budget thing. I think that's if council wants to consider,
Maybe
you'd be on board under what conditions?
maybe we should bring it back to the next regular vote, and it's once and for all.
Yeah.
We vote whether we support it or not.
Yeah, because I don't think it's a 2025 budget item.
I don't think it's a budget item.
Yeah, but just, okay,
Yeah.
in that case, bring it back to the
Yeah.
next regular,
meeting and
and then we'll just vote, and we know if we go or do not.
I think that's the best way to.
And for the benefit of the 3 that weren't here, I'll just email everybody with sort of what I just said, those sort of points.
That would be good.
So they sort of know
Yeah.
what the public engagement's gonna look like and they can.
And they saw that, well, except for Keith, I mean, they saw the graph and I think that's a very lovely way to, I have to say that graph kind of says it all. One page sort of,
Which one's that?
not that one, the one with the
waterfall.
The ones with the line, that one.
Yeah.
That one kind of says it all, so there'd be a little bit of adjustment on police
So
board
Chris,
and.
sorry, can you just remind us
Yeah.
what public engagement looks like? Cause I remember it being different than in previous years.
So last year, we just put the budget out and said, you know, email us back. I think this year we'll allow people to, of course, to email any questions they have, but we might try and leverage that social pinpoint as well to actually, you know, get some survey type questions out, or, you know, I'm not 100% sure, I've never used it before, but I think with the just email type replies, it was hard to then, other than just say, here's what everybody said, hard to like quantify, like what percentage of people said this or said that. We might be able to leverage the social pinpoint to give you better sort of metrics.
And we're not doing anything where the public can come in like Nelson Hydro does to.
Yeah, just haven't found that we get a lot of response, even Nelson
We've
Hydro
always
does
done
it.
it here, so I'm not
Yeah.
sure that this
Well, we've
is
done it in the library, we've done it in many
Oh, really?
different
Not
places.
when, not when I was in Nelson, I guess.
Yeah.
So this would be, yeah, we'll use social media, make use of a press release, we'll have places for people to go and comment or read.
And you're going out to the chamber, you've
Yes.
gone to like Rotary and others in the past as well, right?
I haven't gone to Rotary, but I've always done a chamber meeting.
What about ENCO? Come to ENCO.
Rotary's good.
Yeah, Rotary is good. I could, we don't meet as often anymore, so we were meeting today, so in 2 weeks, maybe we could
Let's go right now.
see if they've got anything. It's over.
It's too late.
We'll see if there's anybody there. I can just ask and see. And then that would get you in our window of time, because we don't have that much time before this. So in theory, this comes back to us for the March 4th meeting for first and second reading. And then it will be at the April, no, then we have a special meeting. Yeah, the March 18th we'll have a special as part of the committee of the whole meeting to do the final reading so that then staff have enough time to meet all of the governmental obligations to make sure it's filed by May the 15th, because I'm sure the auditors are either in there while they're doing this work. Look at how calm they look there, but I'm sort of thinking like, while they're doing this work, are the auditors not in looking at our books and?
The 2 weeks that it's out for feedback, that's when we get busy and doing our year end, so.
Yeah, so it's not like they're not doing any work, so they've got a lot on their plate there, so.
Imagine that for a minute.
Yeah, he's going,
I think
is that, oh, that was a napkin, I thought you left your hat there, gosh.
And just as importantly, getting this budget passed now, we can start to, procure on things that were held up, I think, for the past this budget.
Yeah, and I think, are the ready grants closed yet? No, just keep what day?
The 19th.
The 19th of the month, so remind all of your connections of people that you know that normally apply to ready grants that they best get their application in. And we will actually be trying to get all of that done on our schedules a little bit earlier. So we'll be having the public open house earlier. And then we'll be using the April cow, just to give you some ideas of when those, cause April's funny, we have our meetings are early in the month. And then Easter kind of gets in the way of everything in there, but we should have that done earlier this year as well. So a number of things that we will just be going in rapid succession, but those are the dates for getting the budget passed and other dispensing of money.
And just for people to be aware, Sarah, myself, and Chris are all away for that committee of the whole meeting on the 18th. Chris and I are in Victoria. So Sonia and Chris Jerry are here.
Just the council, no staff.
Yeah, so we are, we better not say it while we're still alive, but we're gonna have a big party that night.
You got that CFO here. They're the,
Oh, but
they
he's
keep
got
you reined in.
he's got the checkbook, right? So anyways, I think if I could have does anybody have anything last that they wanna say? Is there anybody? I just wanna thank staff, I do wanna thank council, this has been a long time, people have had to juggle their schedules. We've had multiple meetings, we've had to add dates, take away dates, move dates around, and I really appreciate the work that's been done by everybody. All of, please, senior management, please related to your departments and stuff that are all doing contributions to the budget, that we appreciate the work they've done to try to get to these numbers. 8.01 or 8.7 or wherever we are now definitely looks a lot better than the 16.9 that we started at. And I think, you know, people always say, oh, you just started that number, but when you look at it, I mean, you can see it there on the, we didn't have like extra parties or extra travel or anything extra, but I mean, 16.9 could have also been the budget, right? Without anything particularly extra happening. So I think that people did sharpen their pencils to get us to where we're at. And I didn't even have to ask council whether or not they wanted to give up their increase, their CPI increase this year, even though it would have only been a 0.05% help to the budget. But I thought if push came to shove, we could all give up our small incremental wage increase that we get in 2025.
Thank you.
So anyhow, if I could have a motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Lockenberg, all those in favor